back in the saddle again. So I don't want to play Aerosmith's song, but you know, too much copyright infringement, dinged, whatever that would happen here. But I'm back. If I played that song, I mean, okay, but I'm back. Hearts of Iron 4. And we may also be talking about current events that we have going on in this world right now. Got burnt out on Hearts of Iron 4 with some of the mods. It's changed quite a bit since I've last played this. I have it up to date, but I don't have all of the latest DLCs, including the latest, the latest Gotterdammerung is the latest one, or was there something after it? I don't know. So this isn't with all those DLCs. This is just your sort of, I got a bunch of DLCs, but not all. So, okay, well. This is also, for those watching, mostly just taking a look at all the changes. I don't know how serious this playthrough is going to be. So if you're going, oh my god, I only want to invest time in it if you're going to play the whole game out, well, that's maybe not what's going to happen here. We'll have to see. Okay, so. And hello, Darius Stan. Darius. Reminds me of the Persian Empire. The Persian Empire, in the modern day sense, something of what Italy is to Rome, modern day Iran is to the Persian Empire. We're going to be playing Germany. Just to give you answer that question, and I'll say why in a moment. There's a lot going on in Iran today. Funny enough, I don't know all of the details of, but it was Reza Shah. I think is that how you pronounce it? I don't know. The grandfather of the current crown prince changed, at least in the Western sense, changed the push for the name change from Persia to Iran. And the main reason, my understanding is, he did that. And I'm not saying that that's what they've always referred to themselves. And I actually was watching a modern day political thinker talk about what's going on in Iran today by the name of, Asmongold. I watch a little bit of his stuff. I don't catch a whole lot, but a bit of his stuff. He had some coverage of what was going on in Iran, so I watched that. And he was saying stuff, well, I don't know if they're going to go back to Persia or what they're going to call it. And he said, and somebody in the chat, they don't like to be calling it. Yeah, I know that, whatever. But I have a question for him. You know, if he's going to call countries by what they want to be called, what, is he racist? Does he not like white and Asian people? Why does he call it Germany? Why does he say Germans? Because it's Deutschland and Deutsches. That's what they want to be called. Or Japan. Why does he say, Japan or Japanese? And I'm sure he does. I haven't watched enough of his content, because I doubt he says Nihon or Nipponese or Nippon. That's what they want to be called. That's what their name is. It's not Japan. And so, but the reason they push for Iran in the Western world is, instead of being a version of Persia or something, is because they claim, I don't know that it's untrue, I just don't know enough to know if it's true or not, is that if you were to translate it, I don't know, to German or to English, translate the name Iran to English, because that is, Iran is not, or German, is not the English word for Iran. They claim it's Aryan, what it means. They were trying to suck up to Hitler and his, Aryan master race. I was doing air quotes. So they just, so what's, I don't believe in that. But he was pushing, the current Crown Prince's grandfather was pushing for, European acceptance, Nazi acceptance, by saying that, it should be Iran and we're Aryans like you, kind of thing. So, yes, and greetings, Arno. Good to have you here. And yes, we are going to play. Okay, and for Darius is fairly new around here, but anybody else sort of new around here? Long ago, and it's actually why I started this YouTube channel, I made a mod called Third Reich Events for Black Ice for Hearts of Iron 3, if you sort of know all that etymology. And I just started making some videos to sort of promote my mod up and talk about it. But it sort of took off, and I've become a YouTuber, an unsuccessful YouTuber, meaning I'm just around here. I don't have a lot of viewers, but I am here. Would love to be a successful YouTuber, but oh well. So I have great knowledge on Germany. Don't know it all, God no, but I know a lot more on Germany than any other country during World War II. And I have hundreds of books on World War II. I've read many of them, more than most, over the years. So, and I've also modded for Hearts of Iron 4 as well. I think all of my mods, some are still maybe up, but they're all so out of date with all the changes that they're no longer, effective or useful. So since I sort of know Germany a lot, played it a lot, know it well, I'm used Germany as the country to see how I like the changes. I have played a bunch of other countries, maybe not many, but a bunch of other countries, and will someday play other countries, but that's not my testing country, if you know what I mean. So my testing country is Germany. I did look at this yesterday just a bit, didn't even get out of 1936. Maybe more than halfway through 36, but not any more than that, really. I was liking what I'm seeing. One thing I still dislike immensely, almost getting to hatred, but I really dislike is Paradox's desire to tabula rasa, blank slate everything. Why the fuck? Hope it's out of the first few minutes, but maybe I'll get dinged for that word. Are all of these blank? Now, if we were playing in 1933, and the day Hitler comes to power, and I'm going to be using Hitler and Nazi a lot, even if it dings me on YouTube, just because we're talking about the damn Nazis. So, now we're talking in a historical sense. If the AIs that are scrubbing this and can tell it's not promoting it, I'm not a Nazi, I'm an anti-Nazi. But we're going to be talking a lot about Nazi and Hitler and Goring and all these other people as we play along with all this stuff. Oh, and again, those that are showing up, I will be talking some about what's going on in the world today. Sort of wait for a few more people to get here. Definitely take your questions. And just my thoughts on it and sort of my, what I think is really going on. Some, not always just what do I want to have happen, but what I think is going on. And there's a lot going on. but we're not in 1933 when Hitler's just entered office and he has to put these things here. And again, another you know what's the disclosure? I was part of the closed beta for Hearts of Iron 4, so that's how deep I go back into two things, and not that I remember everything, but God no. No longer. I was in the beta for a few years after it was released, still testing the base game. Hey, Holiday Punch, and hello, Lord Samuel. Good to have you here. From the look of it, from my viewpoint, you are. Yeah, I am missing some of the DLCs. I am definitely. I have not bought any new DLCs. I have some of them. It is update. The game is updated to current non DLC, and I do have some DLCs in here. I'm mostly looking at the basic changes, and I just decided to play this yesterday, and I didn't jump out and buy all the DLCs. Holiday Punch says, I am when I play Darkest Hour. I don't know what exactly you are, but I do know. I've not really played Darkest Hour. I'm waiting for Asia to be on sale before I buy it. Yeah, that's also another thing. Again, like I said, it was part of the beta for quite some time, and they would give me the DLCs, so that was nice of them. But I was also actively testing and reporting, bugs or just my findings and whatnot. And so I talked to, I really more, texted back and forth or something with the main developer of the game. And I'm not going to disclose really much what I'm, still theoretically under a non-disclosure agreement about the process of the beta test. But one of the things that philosophically, because I was trying to get some of the philosophy of why Hearts of Iron 4 is the way it was back then, was that the political power, this here that I'm hovering over, was the cost using political power to make changes in government. And people, because he wanted to keep away from min-maxing, swapping between all of these, jumping around as you need, to get one, national focus done quicker or whatever it might be. And he made a lot of sense with that, because it takes a certain amount of political capital that you burn when you swap out major components of your government. And that is not wrong. He is not wrong with that. But some of these people were already in place. And I would have, I like options. I'm happy to give people options as opposed to demand that they play it my way. I don't know, I'm going rambling about this a bit, but I would like to see the idea of a historical start to things like all of these. No, well, we'll get to there. Well, I don't know if there's much, a little bit into some of these, some of these things. You have some of the historical elements, including, the industry and whatnot. So that's what I would have. And then you use your political capital to make changes once you get it. The other thing would be is just to give all the nations a big chunk of political power at start, and then you just quickly spend it to fill all the slots. And then you have to, over time and through national focuses and other things, earn the political power to then make changes from there. And so I don't disagree with the idea of changes. Okay, we're going to start with remilitarize the Rhineland, because that basically happens at the beginning of 1936. in about 30 to 60 days into it, right into there. So we'll just do that as a history. We're going to start with building a couple of the civilian factories, because these are multipliers. You know, the more of these you get, the more things things. And what did Holiday Punch? Darkest Hour mod is kind of like that, where you start the game, all the historical advisors in 33 are already there. Yeah, if you're talking about, I don't know if you're talking about historic or Darkest Hour for Hearts of Iron 2. I owned that, but I've never played it. I don't know a lot about it. I do believe there is a mod for, okay, yeah. Now, we can only right now do tank. We need to build some of the other facilities, and this is new to me, these experimental facilities. Never heard of Edward Grote. Is he a real person, anybody? I don't know if I've heard of Karl Heinrich Emil Becker either. Are they real? I don't know. Let's see, Lord Salmon. The latest DLC, you pretty much get a expanded system for factions, naval HQ, and more. What is your opinion on this? I really don't know enough to have a good opinion on it. So I've not played it with the latest DLCs. I'm not. There's a mall called. Oh, okay. So mall. Just a second. I need to take a drink. For some reason, my voice is getting scratchy again today. Yeah, I haven't looked at that mod yet. Separate from the game for Darkest Hour for Hoi 2. One nitpick I have with Vanilla Hoi 4, reading Holiday Punch, is the color of your puppets not being the color of your country as you play. But that's just me, yes. And Jamnuska, good to have you here. Okay, fast learner, artillery projects, or artillery special project speed. Well, I think right now we can do these two, not the Schwer Gustav. So we're going to put Edard Grote, whoever the hell he is, and we're going to come over here and we're going to, I guess, select that as our project. No, I don't want flame. I want, oh, I'm going to do military engineering, maybe, yes. What am I know I had this going yesterday. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to be clicking somewhere. And I am definitely an infrastructure kind of guy. No, 36. Karl Becker was the guy that found a loophole in the Versailles Treaty that allowed Germany to start developing rockets and helped implement support for the nuclear energy program for Germany. Okay, very good. I've definitely heard of a Becker, but I don't know if it's him that I've heard of. You need breakthrough point for special research. Okay, yeah, like I say, I've just played with this a little bit, and apparently Edward Grote was the guy who proposed the giant Landkreuz. Oh yes, that thing. Yeah, but that's like at the end of the war, and it was a stupid idea. But it's like it's saying I need available special. It says that there's available. What am I? What am I doing wrong here? I understand. I understand that I don't have the buildings for these. I get that. Oh, here now it says start. Do military engineering vehicles. Okay, there we go. I don't know. Well, let's go to our trade button here. We don't have enough rubber. Who do we want to trade rubber with? I think the Dutch East Indies. Let's do one factory. That will get us some more rubber. I know it'll take a little bit for that rubber to start showing up. Oh, we're down 9. Okay. Let's go back down to that then. There we go. We're got -8. We have 8 more coming in. And okay, I think that's how we're going to start. I'm going to come down here. I'm going to fully populate these. I'd rather complete these before continuing these things. Well, just in case this gets done before something else. Because I don't want to start on these and just have one dockyard working on each one individually, slowly. Yes, we do have new resources. There's a lot of stuff changing. Yeah, I would design things differently than they've chosen to. Divisions and training. Okay. And we're going to put another division training out here in the east. I think that'll be it for now. I'm going to stockpile no Graf Zeppelin paperweight. Well, there was, I believe, an accurate quote. And if you ever look at my old mod, I do a lot of deep dives into National Socialist Germany, Nazi Germany. They were going to build and I forget some of the names of but they were going to build this big new stadium. And because they didn't have computers and all, they needed to test things out. And so they found a hillside and then built a mock-up of a section of the stadium on the hillside that would give them an appropriate. And they wanted to see, one of the big things was, if you're way in the cheap seats, way in the back up on the top, can you still physically see the performance, the field, because it was sort of, for athletics, but also I'm sure they did other, would have done other, like, party rallies and other stuff there at the stadium too. And I think it was when Speer was, because he was, Hitler's architect, was, talking about this, and somebody, is this going to cost you much? Oh, it's only going to cost the equivalent of 2 battleships, so what does it matter? Because I'm still on the Jamnuska's Graf Zeppelin paperweight. Well, one, Hitler didn't think that the war was going to start as early as it did. And then, of course, with 2 more battleships. Now, they never did make this stadium, never even got, very far into it. So it's not like they, threw away the money and then got nothing for it. They just, it's just in the plans. And they were working on some of the construction elements, but never really got very far in it. But what would have Hitler done with another couple of battleships? Really, what would he have done? Sink the Bismarck II and sink the Bismarck III. Kind of challenges or something. Could Germany have used the Graf Zeppelin? And now the Graf Zeppelin, which was built, not completed, but it was at least a floating hull. I think it had the engines in it, but it was nowhere near completed. I believe, if I remember correctly, the Soviets captured it, filled it with stuff, looted stuff, and was taking it back to Russia, towing it back, I believe. And it hits a sea mine or something and sinks. So it doesn't get back, and all of the goodies that he was taking, that they were taking back in it. It was all in the bottom of the Baltic, I believe, still to this day. But had they completed it, it would have sucked. It was a terrible aircraft carrier. Oh, I'm sure it was well made. I'm sure the engines would have worked nice. It probably would have zipped along the ocean very well. But at its primary function of handling aircraft and dealing with all of that, and how many aircraft it could handle, and launch and recover and all that stuff, it just really sucked. It wasn't even as good as America's light carriers light carriers, I guess, CVLs. Maybe as good as a escort carrier, which is, but even then, I don't know if it carried as many aircraft as would have been a lot faster because the escorts are slow. But now, would it have been useful for Germany? Oh, sure. If you had it ready for the invasion of Norway, hell yeah. That coming up here, that would have given, Germany air support in Narvik or something. Absolutely. It probably would have been sunk very early in the war. The British probably, if it started operating, if it didn't just hang out in port. Had a relatively peaceful Germany had some use for it? Maybe. But priorities. Germany needs a navy. Absolutely. Germany needs a surface navy. Yes. Germany needs a subsurface, subs, U-boats, whatever you want to say. Absolutely. That's very, very useful. Does Germany need a navy to compete with the Royal Navy and then later the U.S. Navy, let alone compete with the French Navy? I'd say no. It's just wasted. It's vanity projects. Then Hitler was, of course, all in for vanity projects, but there's just no good worthy use for even any of the battleships. If you want to do surface commerce raiding, and early in the war, that looks like it could be a good idea, meaning there wasn't full coverage everywhere with aircraft. Because later in the war, you got to realize America had operationally, basically, 100 aircraft carriers. Okay, 100 aircraft carriers between fleet carriers, light carriers, and escort carriers. It had 100 operational aircraft carriers in 1945. and they were building more. So your commerce raider ship was just a target to them. Okay, it's of no use at that point. Okay, what is the holiday punch? I'm very interested in the rework of Berlin that Hitler and such wanted to make, like the giant speech hall in Reich. Yeah, I've read Inside the Third Reich, the Apologetica by Albert Speer. I do sort of like the grand architecture, the neoclassical architecture that they were going to use, but it was definitely overdone in scale. That's for sure. Though it looked good on a model. The models look cool. You're talking about the aircraft carrier Graf Zeppelin. Well, that's what I presumed he was talking about in the World War II sense, as opposed to the Graf Zeppelin, big Zeppelin during World War One. I presumed that's what he was talking about, or whatever. I know they had another big Graf Zeppelin, later on. Yes, there was that. But if we're talking about the aircraft carrier, it was scuttled by its crew, then got raised again, in 46 by the Soviets, and then destroyed in weapons. I thought it was hit by a sea mine accidentally, but I may be wrong on that. Maybe some other ship. I don't know. It's been a long time. 42 aircraft on it. Okay, so that's like an escort carrier. Had it been able to carry 42 aircraft, but still, it really did suck for all of its cost. Hitler big in for weapons to show off strength with. Yeah, yes. Hitler was out of touch with warfare that had developed. He most assuredly was. Okay, so missing equipment in production. Yes, we need transport and naval bombers. Outdated equipment. Yeah, sure. We set up a trade. Hopefully that will cover our resource stuff. So, yeah, let's get the ball rolling. Probably would have done better if they had kept making Panzer IIIs and IVs instead of big heavy. Well, the Panther, the Panzer IV is not going to cut it on the Eastern Front. The Panzer IV might do okay against the American Sherman well enough. Now, the Jumbo's getting a bit much for it, and then the Pershing, once it shows up at the very end of the war, is way outclassing it. The Soviets are building heavier and heavier equipment. The KV-1s are already sort of too heavily armored for the Panzer IV to be super effective with, and heavier tanks are coming. So the Tiger isn't a bad idea, putting it into production. The Panther is rushed into production. Now, could they have simplified the tanks? If they realize, these tanks are going to be good for, 48 hours of combat. It's got to last only 48 hours. How many can we crank out? Instead of, because look, people, there's capital investments and there's what's the other term I'm sort of looking at? For consumable investments, okay? The capital investment is something, let's say, like a rifle, and consumable is the ammunition getting shot out of the rifle. And the ammunition is important because that's what it actually does the job. The rifle, yeah, that's the launcher, but it's the bullet that actually does the job. Now, if you're in peacetime, like we would be in 1936, you want to build something that is good and it'll last for 30 or 40 years. Look, the B-52, it's 70 plus years old. Hell, it may be flying after it's 100 years old. The actual aircraft, not how long has that model been, used and made. How old is that individual aircraft? The B-52s, the Americans are still rocking the B-52s. Now, they're nothing like the originals. Sort of the ship of Theseus, meaning you got a ship there. 20 years later, none of the original bits of the ship are still left, or virtually none. Something like the keel or something might be left, but everything else has been changed over time. You could just say upgrading, but you're also replacing parts and the engines are old and tired. Let's take the engines out of the tank and put in new engines into it, whether they're improved or just simply more of the old engine, more of the same type, new or unused or however you want to say it. And that makes a hell of a lot of sense when you're sitting around in peacetime, because when you're any one of these countries here, there may not be a war for 50 or 60 years that involves your country. Like we can see, Denmark and the Netherlands did not get dragged into World War I. So, they needed to have some weapons to go, hey, we're armed. Because I know specifically the Netherlands, it really mobilized and maintained a fairly large standing army throughout World War I, just to keep, primarily the Germans, but just to keep everyone out from thinking it would be an easy conquest. But it really didn't matter how good the rifle they had, just as long as they had rifles, because the rifles were not being used in combat. They were obviously being used in training, but beyond that, all you need is rifle. That isn't, by World War I standards, isn't some muzzle-loading musket. It needs to be a cartridge rifle. And so you want a rifle that will take the punishment and then last, right? But once you're into World War II, and especially a really good channel is Sea and Arsenal. And for a long time, it was just focusing on World War I weapons. And they really go in and it really pressed home that just how much of World War I was a war of production, a war of consumption of things. The French, they needed pistols, okay? And unlike the Americans, particularly, but even the British too, which are trying to get the best pistol in the world possible. And they definitely have the best pistol possible of the technology capable for World War I in the 1911. Okay, that, people still love various versions of, still at high level competition trying to have the best of the best are still using versions of that gun. Not just, oh, hey, it's cool and old and I like it. No, they're still, and it's all dressed up with hollow sights and, magwell extensions and blah, 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 blah. But it's still basically at its core 1911. Right? And so America, goes for this great pistol. France just needs pistols. Just something that you pull the trigger and the bullet goes out of it. So they get tens of thousands, maybe even hundreds of thousands, but definitely tens of thousands of pistols from Spain, of a generally type that we would call a ruby nowadays, but I don't know if they were called that back then. And they were from multiple manufacturers, and a lot of the guns were hand fitted. So apart from one pistol it couldn't be put into another pistol. And even if an armorer somewhere in France had a box of a particular, of a spare part, it wouldn't maybe fit, any of those parts wouldn't necessarily fit in any gun. I mean, maybe randomly something might fit. Now they could be hand fitted in, but the French sort of philosophy was, bink, my gun broke. Let's throw it away and get another gun because it isn't worth the time to fix it. Now, saying this, France had a whole factory dedicated to taking unserviceable rifles and making them serviceable again. But the rifle is something that's really important. The pistol, and they were also using 32 caliber pistols, really weak caliber pistols. They just needed a goddamn pistol. It didn't have to be good, just a pistol. And you weren't mostly putting it under a lot of stress. Meaning like a machine gunner. A guy goes, sits behind and goes, da, 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 shoots that machine gun, the Hotchkiss machine gun or something all day long. It's like, it goes click. And then there's a guy coming and screaming at you with a bayonet charging you. You want to be able to pull out a pistol and shoot it a couple of times and hopefully have it work. You're not looking at a gun that's going to shoot a lot. It's there, it functions, it's basically passed its testing. It works, but it's not meant to shoot more than 20 or 30 rounds in the whole war. So you don't need a great pistol. You just need a pistol that functions. Well, that's sort of the Soviet philosophy with tanks. They need a tank that will go into the war. And I know I'm talking a lot, not playing, and I'm not even looking at all the chats. Hello, repeat. And hello, says Zilla52. How you good? Good to see you here. I don't recognize the name. Good to have you here. And everyone, remember to like the video if you're on YouTube, and if you're on Twitch or YouTube, you can subscribe, follow, whatever. Lots of great videos. I love talking about World War II. So the Soviets did realize it's not just that Soviet manufacturing quality is poor, because obviously you can make poorly manufactured AK-47s that just work, okay? Because they're designed to just be a bullet hose. They just work. You can build tanks that just work. You can, that are poor quality. The Soviets won't, or the Soviet tanks won't just work. They knew they were going to have a limited life. And that was okay, because, life functioned, because they were also going to have a limited life on that battlefield, because they weren't going to last that long. So they didn't need to make a tank to function. The Soviets particularly loved Sherman tanks. All the Sherman tanks they could get their hands on, they used them. And Lend-Lease was sending them hundreds, if not thousands. But now you don't see them in photographs, because the Soviets don't like taking photographs of them using Lend-Lease equipment. Because most, I'm not talking about some guys, some crew members standing out and getting their, some Soviet lucky enough to have its own camera or something, taking personal snaps. I'm talking, the public relations people running around taking photos for propaganda reasons. They don't want to highlight the need to use Lend-Lease tanks. So it's rare to, you can find them, but it's not common to see them using, photographing Lend-Lease stuff. But what they really loved the Sherman for was not for its combat effectiveness, but for training, because that tank would drive and drive and drive and drive. They could, and I'm going to give another quick story based on all this. A British tank repair guy, maintenance guy, visits an American repair shop, that repairs vehicles. I was almost going to test you, but it's probably too obscure, unless you've heard me talk about this before. He goes in and he notices there's something wrong in this American repair shop, something just missing. And now I'm not going to ask you what it was, because maybe if you've heard me talk about it. There was not a vice in the whole repair shop. There was no vices. Vice, the thing that's mounted on a table that you crank, you open it up, you put something in it, and you close it. Crank it, close it to hold it steady there. That, a vice. Didn't have one. In the whole repair shop, there just wasn't one. Where all the British shops had multiples of them. You know why? Because when the British got a part, like a carburetor, and was going to put it on an engine for a British tank, it doesn't fit. It just wouldn't fit as it came out of the factory. And they knew it wouldn't fit. Their tolerances were so bad in the British factories, they wouldn't fit. So they knew they would have to go, okay, let's go, you get the sort of marking material and sort of see where the high spots are. Then go put it in the vise and go get a file out and file on the damn thing and see if it works, and maybe file on the engine thing and get it. They got to fit it. And still to this day, tank repair crews, maintenance crews are called, fitters, because they have to fit the part, not just screw the part on, but they have to fit the part to the other parts. And the British did get a hold and test a Sherman. I believe it was a Sherman. And they drove it around Britain, literally sort of starting at the bottom of Britain, driving all the way up to the top of Scotland and all the way back. And it didn't break. It didn't need any maintenance. Drove it all over Britain and it didn't need any maintenance. Compared to their tanks, it would have probably broken down 2 or 3 times. And need also a lot of daily maintenance to, because you're driving it all day. You're not just driving it, for 20 minutes in a day. You're driving it all day long. So American production, its tanks were just reliable, would just work. Not quite as, definitely, if you look at, and another great, promoting a lot of other channels, the Oz Armor, the YouTube channel that deals with Australian armor, and they've been pulling apart various German vehicles that they don't even have manuals for, and they couldn't get, and they're sort of connected to that sort of world, and they're marveling at the technical complexity of simple components, and the man hours, because for a tank there's going to be 2 basic costs: the materials, the steel, the rubber, the whatever, the materials, and then the time it takes the humans to make those parts, and on the time it takes on the machines. If they had, I'm still talking about the Panther, whether it was a good idea. You get me off in these sidetracks because I haven't been talking about World War II enough. If you had the Soviets or the Americans design the Panther and put it into production, meaning the same thickness of armor, the same gun on it, the same basic layout, meaning the sloped armor, it looks like a Panther when you look at it, especially if it's at a bit of a distance and you squint in your eyes, it still looks like a Panther kind of thing. It's not radically different. And you just made it simply. You probably could have made 2 or 3 Panthers for every actual Panther they made, because of the complications and the difficulty in making all of their parts. Not just talking about the quality of the manufacturing. I'm just talking about the details of the difficulty of manufacturing it. And so, yeah, the Panther is a needed thing to be developed for Germany. The Tiger probably is as well. Now we could talk about King Tigers and other later vehicles as being maybe a bit much, but I would say they were needed to be built over than just cranking out more Panzer IVs. Even when you're talking about Stugs, because there was eventually a Stug 4, or the Jagdpanzer 4. The Jagdpanzer 4 in its last sort of versions does have the same gun on it that the Panther does. But yeah, you needed to do it. But Germany's making too many different, you're right in that Germany's making too many different designs, overly complicated, that's shutting down too much production. So I'm going to get back here and go back up to chat, because I do respect all of all the people here, and I don't want to feel that I'm not. Okay, von Schweinhound's in the house. Sorry, I didn't see this. To my mind, the morale impact of the Tiger was always been underestimated. Yes. Good evening to you, and yeah, von Schweinhound. Yeah. Americans, often reported seeing tigers when they weren't there. Now, you got to realize, it isn't just tiger panic. I mean, it may be that to a degree, but you're seeing often a tank imperfectly, and it may very well have some camouflage bushes on it, and you're seeing it at a distance. Again, when I say imperfectly, and it's like the barrel's poking out from around the building, and you see part of the front of it, and it's just a Panzer IV with the Schützen, the additional armor on it. That's all making it look very angly, and so the Americans are like, "Oh my God, there's a tiger." They didn't get up. It's not like they got a good clear view of it and go, "Oh no, that's a Panzer IV." No, they're just like, "Oh, they're sort of over there. There's a tank driving around. That looks like a tiger," and so they reported as such. And von Schweinhound, I know he's heard this before because he's watched enough of me talking on all this, whether on my channels or over on Slytherin's channel. And this is very important. Politics is perception, and warfare is a political act, okay? So, a lot of battles are won and lost by the perception of whether it's the commander, the sort of middle officers of the battle, or the ground troops. It's their perception of winning or losing. Not have they killed enough of us that we're no longer effective. It can just be, it looks like it's lost. Let's, can we skedaddle? Is there a way out? Are we trapped? Will the enemies accept surrender, or are they going to kill us all anyway, so we might as well fight to the last man? So there's a lot of that. And so the morale aspect of the tiger, and I'm sure it must be on the Eastern Front as well, though obviously we don't hear as many stories in the West, at least, on that we do, from both the British and American. Yeah, it's a serious thing. And when you got a tank that is hard to kill with a bazooka, and depends on when, but is probably not going to be knocked out by your anti-tank guns, because it depends on what gun and when, but moving around in front of you, and your Shermans again are, and if you play War Thunder, yeah, you can kill I'm not talking with a 76, but with a 75 millimeter gun, you can kill it. You can kill a tiger, but you're insane to even try. Now, we do in War Thunder because it doesn't matter if we win or lose, live or die in the game. But in real life, you got a tiger over there. Now, maybe if you can see it drive past, you're in a clump of trees in between a couple of houses, and it's driving by you. You go, I can shoot it in the ass and disable it by knocking the engine out. And there's no other tigers around. Normally there'd be 4 or 5, so you just keep quiet anyways. But, you may take that shot. And I think there's like one case of like a Stuart light tank killing a tiger, but it's dancing around it and all kinds of crazy stuff like that in some sort of desperation move. But realistically, your Shermans are not even going to deal well with this tiger. Yeah, that tiger coming at you, it's now and also it's not in reality, most of the time, at least in reality, just a tiger. It's a tiger. There's also infantry around. They may have artillery. The whole battle's fighting around. And so a few tigers show up and are maneuvering around. It's not like, it's going to be easy to run up and pop that hatch open somehow with a crowbar and throw in a hand grenade and jump off and it's going to go boom. No, you got all these infantry, enemy infantry and machine guns going off and mortars going off around your positions that the tigers are, getting shot at from we're getting shot at from the woods over there. Can you put some fire on it, or whatever? So yeah, the tigers are really effective. And warfare is not a calculation of weapons and tactics. It really isn't that. Because if it was that, maybe not the tactics part, but the tactics weren't terrible. France would have defeated Germany in 1940. Now, some of the tactics of concentrating force, yeah, Germany wins, but there's a lot of other fucked up shit going on with France. So let me continue through all this. I know I'm going on a lot about stuff. And just getting back to World War II after so many other periods, Germany at least had the time to fully model out the Tiger and such due to its over engineered. Yeah, like it. Yeah, over engineered, underpowered. You can easily do things. And yes, I do believe I said hello to repeat, but hello again. And Zach Shaw, I guess hopefully I'm pronouncing it right. I know this is wandering around while I'm trying to get through that. No, not using any mods at all. This is just, and it doesn't even have the latest DLCs either. I just decided yesterday to play this game. So I just got a straight copy of it and just checking out all the basic stuff that's changed. What's every favorite country to play? Probably most people like to play Germany, but yeah, I see you like Arna likes to play smaller nations, especially good mod to give them more focus treat. Yeah, mods can be really great. And hello, Dutov Devlich, how you doing? Okay, I think the lifespan of T-34 was around one tank of fuel before breakdown. Well, I don't think it's quite that bad, but yeah, it ain't good. And I would definitely see if you're moving a company of them around, 2 or 3 of that company in use of that tank of fuel would be breaking down. I really do agree. It's not terribly great. I think my favorite looking tank in World War II is the King Tiger. It might not have done as well as Germany wanted it to, but just like it's very sleek design. Yes, it's actually a fairly decent design. Jamnuska says, I kind of like the German car engineers should be forced to fix what they design. Yes. Black Eyes, yeah, okay, mods that you like, I guess. Recently watched the movie Der Tiger that came out this year. I haven't seen that. It's probably good and interesting something. Hello, Lum. It's been a while. Hope you're doing well. Just going through the chat. Okay. Lum, and for Hoi4 has been these days really interesting historical mods. Yes. I just also didn't. I got very frustrated at some of the mods that I had been playing way back when I was playing it. And hey, Beamslam, when I was playing it, so I decided I wasn't going to try to do any mods to figure out and get, rage quit over the mods. Just sort of kind of look at the basic game. Okay. Prioritize economic growth or the 4-year plan, another civilian factory. Blockyard. My plans for the Navy, just quickly, since I was just thinking about it, looking at that. I'm going to get these things completed just because they're in there. And then mostly just go to submarine production for the dockyards. I'm good, but all my beer keeps exploding when I open it, and I don't know why. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Experience gain data, bad weather penalty. I think we'll do the 4-year plan, which really happens later February historically, but it will open up some stuff. I don't shake it like I don't know why it's under so much pressure. I don't know. Open it in a sink or something. Okay, we will go with. I mean, we're not building any consumer goods factories factor minus 10% construction speed. We're not building any military factories, but we're going to. We can't get Walter Funk yet. Consumer goods. Do shack. The Sultanate of Asusa submits to the Italian demands. Don't know really what that is. Is that something out Sultanate? Something out here in Libya, maybe? I don't know. Of course, starts with the Italians going into war with Ethiopia. Tastes like beer, and well, my table now smells like beer. Well, okay. Okay, Lum. Oh, how interesting. So they put Aden under the British Raj for India, but not the rest of Aden out here, and not these other parts. Can somebody make sense of that for me? I can sort of, kind of, if you wanted to put these under the British Raj, there is actually some reasoning behind it. From a historical, World War II historical basis, but not a whole lot. A piece of land next to Ethiopia that Italy can annex. Okay, I didn't look down here early enough, I guess. Don't know if you ever spilled beer, but rather drink it also. The smell is horrible. No, I don't drink beer. Okay, well, let's. No, we want to assign. The overall, we'll do one of them. Bloomberg. That way.
Angetreten. Ausrücken. 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 Bereit zum Ausrücken. Ihre Befehle. Befehle.
I am so rusty at this.
Ausrücken. Bereit zum Ausrücken.
Get a mobile army here. We'll put it under Kleist, because he was the commander of the mobile forces. Guderian was one of his generals under him. Let's see, holiday parks. Yes, prior to 37, Aden colony had been. Oh, okay, so it was. I didn't know that. See, you learn something every day. That's cool. Okay, and thereafter, April 37, it separated and became a crown colony. Okay. 4-year plan. Very good. We have a free civilian factory. So what we're going to do is come here and build a factory out here. Get production there. Well, let's come and just strengthen the Kriegsmarine. Get it going quickly here. Create an Eastern Command. Who do we want to put in that? Put him and Reese here. Okay. Sort of kind of create a line to get cut off if we ever actually go to war.
Ausrücken. Angetreten. Ausrücken!
They say I am so rusty.
Ausrücken!
No mods, Beam Slam, just the base game. This is mostly me taking a look and see how things have changed. And like I said at the very start of this, I don't know how seriously I'm playing. I'm not, trying to play stupidly or anything, but don't know how far I'm planning on going with this. Okay, we'll give him, fill that slot with him. So, people, has anything happened this week that's of note? Anything going on, in the world this week? I've sort of just been hiding up in my secret mountain base and
Angetreten!
strengthen the Kriegsmarine. Good. Okay. Been a civil war broken out yet? So who here thinks the in 6 months time, who thinks we opened that can of worms with the week's events? Yeah, I sort of feel like it. No one has to engage me on it. You can just listen to me prattle on and not care about it, what I say. I think a lot of people are missing the real point of some things. But who thinks 6 months from now, the current regime in Iran will still be in power? And hey, Turnlow, depends. You hear that we yoinked a president? You mean Maduro? Yes, I did hear about that. Nothing exactly other than snow, which causes a lot of trouble here. Yeah, I actually had snow yesterday, and still some on the ground here. Not a whole lot. I didn't take any photos. Not really. Though I did find out that in 1936, the Japanese government had made a painting of Hitler in a custom kimono to celebrate the tripartite pact with German national eagle on and such. In 36, that seems awfully early because all that. But yeah, lots of snow. 50-50 on power exchange in Iran. Okay. See, I'm saying like in 6 months, so not like in a week or two. I mean, it may go that fast, but I mean just take a while.
Zuhören! Angetreten!
This to be part of this. I want this to be under him here. And has been on the edge of flipping since the 90s. I would disagree with that. I haven't kept up much with the Middle East. Turnlow's saying, yeah. Let's get a general here. Who do we want to put in the Far East? Paulus. Already Palace is a factor here for a army command, because that's what these are sort of saying. Can't you just give me one more level and give a corps command? So we got corps, we got general and divisional, actual divisional generals, not just this thing here. I'm mostly reading about Trump and his want for Greenland protest in Iran. It's been closed before, but the governments have. Okay, well, I know there's been a lot of protests before that, before in Iran, but I don't know that I'd call it close. Maybe close is the right term, but I don't know that I'd call it close. If anyone, I'm not talking about people that are suffering with Trump derangement syndrome, otherwise known as TDS. Yeah, Trump derangement syndrome, people might believe it, but anybody even halfway rational thinks Trump is going to militarily invade Denmark is out of touch with reality. Trump has not said at any time that I can detect that he's going to invade Denmark or would be willing to. Oh, the reporter asked the question, would you rule out military invasion? No. Because what if, and maybe they have, what if they find a Stargate? Maybe instead of under Antarctica, it's up under Greenland. And they found a Stargate there. And so America needs to go to secure it. But they don't want to tell the world that they're going to go secure a Stargate. They just want to go get strategical territory. Okay. Or if maybe they find out that there's a lizard people base up there, that's trying to secretly rule the world. And he needs to invade Greenland. And so he's keeping his options open that if they find something like that, he'll invade Greenland. But Trump, in reality, because if you ask him, will you rule out X? Yes. Will you rule out Y? Yes. Well, will you rule out Z? No. Oh, he's going to do Z. Everybody would start flipping out. And that's negotiating with the reporter, not negotiating with whoever you're trying to negotiate with. He's not going to allow some reporter from any country, doesn't matter, to box him in with statements. So anybody running around Europe right now, I mean, there's a bunch of people with TDS in Europe, I know. But any real sort of political person, running around Europe, thinking that Trump is getting ready to invade Greenland, all they're trying to do is promote themselves. If it was in America, like the Democrats, they're just trying to fundraise, Oh, we got to stop Trump. Give us money. That's what the Democrats will send out all kinds of mailings or, emails and whatnot. Oh, Trump's doing something terrible. We got to fight this. Give us money. So if you have any politician, whether in Denmark or any place else, that's running around saying that they've got to prepare for an American invasion, they're hoodwinking you, people. Trump, like I say, Trump is not going to rule out if he's going to sprout wings and fly around the world tomorrow because he's got Superman's cape or something. He's not going to rule it out. Okay? Now, Trump did say, I'd like to buy it. We may have to do this the hard way. Yeah. What's the hard way? Invade. No. Hard way could be, we're going to put trade sanctions on Denmark. Or we're going to, do something else. Now, I don't know what Denmark thinks having Greenland benefits Denmark. I don't know. I mean, I don't, beyond National Pride Parade, and they get to have a float that says Greenland on it with a bunch of Eskimos saying, these are our subjected peoples on it. Look at how cute they are. Other than that, what does Denmark get out of Greenland? How much money, hey ZZ, how much money? Oh, I think Trump's working very hard to annex Greenland. That's very much so. How much is it? How many billions of dollars is Denmark going to have to spend to clean up the nuclear mess in Greenland? Does anybody, and Beamslam is Danish. Do you know the estimate on that? What is it going to cost Denmark to clean up the nuclear mess in Greenland? Do you have an idea of it? How many billion? Because you got to clean that up. If you don't clean it up soon, it's going to pollute. It's going to pollute massively. You're going to have a hot radioactive zone leaking into the ocean soon. I mean, soon as in years, not like as in weeks or months, maybe even a decade or 2 or 3 more. But it's going to happen. They supposedly, I think they've already tested, know that it's heading for the ocean. You've got a serious nuclear waste problem up. I mean, massively serious nuclear waste problem up there. How is Denmark going to do it? Not sure. I think we did the cleaning, but not sure who did pay. Oh, my understanding, unless you've done the cleaning in the last year or so, there's still a massive problem there. Because America, back during the Cold War, built an under ice nuclear powered base up there, and then we abandoned it, leaving the nuclear waste up. There's to my understanding, there's a nuclear power plant just sitting under the small one sitting under the Greenland ice. So my understanding is you still got to clean that up. Now I may be wrong. I don't know everything. I know that. Reading about rumors about kill switches in the F-35 sold to other countries. Very possibly. Arno's asking what you think it would be better to make Greenland one big NATO base in which NATO nations must contribute to. Well, some people think Trump is dumb. Some people think Trump is super brilliant. Some people think Trump is just above average smart. I'm not sure. I'm sure he's not dumb, because if you look at Trump's career prior to going into politics, he was not dumb, okay? However much you don't like Trump, however much you don't like the way he speaks, however much, you want to think he has dumb opinions about the world, and I'm sure he does have dumb opinions about, some parts of the world that he doesn't know anything about, But Trump really isn't a dumb person. And so when Trump, during his first term in presidency, telling Europe, you better not buy Russian, natural gas or any other Russian products, and they literally laughed at him in his face. They were in the audience of the UN, the German delegation laughing at him. And when Trump says, you better start rearming, and they laugh at him, and now they can't, they buy some of the stuff, some of the energy from Russia. Whoever it was that blew up the Nord Stream pipeline, I don't know. I mean, it's more, the longer it takes to identify clearly who it is, it's more and more likely it was the U.S. But I don't know. But that would be under Biden, I believe. I believe that's happened then. So, and Europe wishes it had more arms to give to Ukraine and arm itself up. So Trump begged Europe to do something. And they basically flat out said, fuck you, you orange person. Okay, so how do you get them to do what the fuck you want them to do? And this is going back to Arno. Hello, Don H53, we'll get to your thing in a minute. Well, you can. How do you get them to do what you want them to do? Oh, we want Greenland better defended. I could go and beg the Europeans to do it, but the Europeans are pumping all their weapons into Ukraine. I could get on my knees and beg them and offer to suck their dicks, but they're probably not going to do it. Let's see. If I sort of kind of vaguely threaten to invade, and they start shifting troops and equipment and everything else up, I got them to do what I wanted them to do. And I made it think it was their idea. So, including the crash B-52. I'm not even talking about the crash B-52. I'm talking about the nuclear power plant that America stuck. I think it was like under the Eisenhower presidency or something way back when. I mean, this was early Cold War that we built an under ice base up there, using the ice to protect it, kind of thing. Big tunnels, lots of stuff up there. So this might just be a way to get Europe to do what Trump wants them to do. Make vague threats. Because he's not said he's going to invade. He hasn't said any. He's only said he won't rule out something. I think that one of the few things in life Trump would probably rule out would be drinking alcohol or smoking a tobacco product or any other product. Because Trump will not touch alcohol. Trump will not touch tobacco or any other that type of drugs. I mean, he may take Tylenol or something, but none of those type of drugs. So that's probably about the only thing Trump in life would probably rule out. So he's making these things. Now, I find it ridiculous that some of these European countries are making noise that what Trump did in Venezuela is a bad thing. I think most Western European countries had condemned Maduro as an illegitimate dictator, a criminal regime. He was indicted, Maduro was indicted in a New York federal court. Joe Biden put a $20 million bounty on Maduro's head to be captured. I don't know if it's captured or killed or just captured. So it was already the stated policy of the United States and many of the European countries that Maduro was a bad guy and he should go. And they're all up in arms that America carried that out. Why? I mean, I personally believe had Joe Biden did it or had Obama did it, Europe would have been cool with it. I think it's just because it was Trump. I think they have Trump derangement syndrome. And you got to understand, the Venezuela thing, and we can only now see some of this looking back, the Venezuela thing had almost nothing to do with Venezuela. It had a little bit to do with Venezuela. You remember all of the, oh my God, you're blowing up drug boats. Oh my God, you're blowing up drug boats. Do you have to blow up drug boats? Can't you just put the Coast Guard and capture them? And the Democrat senators, oh my God, you're blowing them up. Can't you just capture them? No. It didn't matter. The point wasn't to blow the drug boats up. The point was to deploy the United States Navy off the Venezuelan coast, fly a bunch of our aircraft around, get a bunch of intel, and make Maduro and everybody think, oh, they're just blowing up a bunch of drug boats, when really they were getting ready to invade and snatch Maduro. Okay? And cut off oil coming in and out of Venezuela. Now, is that about Venezuela still? No. It has very little. I mean, it's nice that we're doing this to Venezuela, and Venezuelan people are happy about it. So I think one of the only other significant leader in the world that has lower approval is Keir Starmer in Britain. I mean, the Ayatollahs have higher approval in Iran right now than Maduro had. No, it's not about Venezuela. It's about Russia and China. People understand. And I'll get to the chat again and what your Beam Simon and other people are saying. It's about Russia and China. You know how much taking Venezuela out has hurt those nations? All of the Russian investment into Venezuela is gone. And even the greater investment for China is gone. I mean, just in a blink of an eye, it's gone. All the second largest debt nation that China has, meaning that they've loaned money to, I believe is Venezuela. I forget, is Russia the first or somebody else is the first? Venezuela is number 2. And basically, all that money that China's loaned to Venezuela over the years, it's never going to be paid back now. They just lost it all. Russia was using Venezuela, both selling light petroleum products to mix with their heavy petroleum products to make it more usable, as well as through the dark fleet, as it's called, sort of suggests that some of their oil that they were selling was actually Venezuelan oil, so some nation could, oh, we bought so much oil from Venezuela or something. China was using Venezuela as an oil platform as well, and not just selling them weapons. So taking out Maduro in Venezuela has hurt Russia probably much more badly than destroying a division on the Ukrainian front would be. Okay? So Venezuela, the snatch and grab in there is directly impacting the situation in Ukraine, people. If you don't understand this, you're missing the major element of Venezuela. Okay. And so that is one of the points that they did. That's why Venezuela. Sure, it's 20% about Venezuela. It's 60%. Well, no, yeah, it's probably 50% China and 30% about Russia. So he's massively hurt those countries right now by doing that. But they also exposed the levels of U.S. tactical abilities, things that I didn't even know the U.S. could do. And not that I'm in on all kinds of secrets. But I didn't know. Did you guys know that the U.S. has flares that they can shoot out the back of their aircraft, including helicopters or jets, that are invisible? Invisible flares that you can't see. Now, the heat-guided missiles will see. But so in the videos that you're seeing of all, the operation, there's a lot of flares going off that you don't see on the video because they're dark flares. They're in a light spectrum they're burning in a light spectrum that isn't able to picked up by the human eye, or the standard video lenses and whatnot. But they're still functioning out there, and they'll still be spotted by the missiles. That and I heard that there's like some NATO meeting or some EU meeting to deal with planning for a U.S. invasion of Greenland. Do any of you people really seriously think that if this meeting is happening, the heads of planning departments or whatever, or heads of national militaries are getting together somewhere and planning on how to deal with the U.S. invasion of Greenland? Now, I can see that the politicians are like maybe going, well, how do we deal with this? Well, we'll sanction the U.S. or something like that. But the military, like even if Trump was going to military invade Greenland, that Europe would even consider militarily contesting it? I mean, even consider it? When you got Russia sitting over on the other side and they can't even, put together decent militaries to deal with Russia, they're going to want to go to war? I know it's not going to be nuclear war that we're destroying London or Washington, D.C., but going to some shooting action against the U.S., are you that deluded? Even if Trump was going to do that? I mean, they may break off diplomatic relations, withdraw ambassadors, leave NATO or NATO kick America out. They may do all kinds of stuff like that. But fight, resist, do something like that because the U.S. troops are in? I mean, anybody think that that's realistic? Oh, is Toy Jet here? Hi, Toy Jet. That's not what they're meeting about. That's just the cover story, people. What it is all these military leaders just crap their pants. Maybe even fucking literally. When they saw what America just did to Maduro, okay? You saw those air assets, and not one was damaged, and the pilot was wounded, but he gets his aircraft back. In flyable shape, obviously, because he gets it back, needs repair, and he needs to, medical treatment. The U.S. just demonstrated that if it planned and prepared and knew where to go, it could probably go pick up Putin tomorrow if it was prepared, because it took months to get all the intel and figure everything out about Maduro. Or they could go pick up Z tomorrow. Or if they really get mad at Keir Starmer could, wake up in the White House and Trump berating him if he wanted to. They just realized that all their military defenses are useless against the U.S. Because whether it's Trump or the really dangerous guy to you guys, J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance is more hardcore than Trump if you guys don't realize that. Or somebody else comes into power, there's nothing in European militaries that could stop the U.S. military from doing what it did to Maduro. Because even if you want to say, oh, our equipment's better, well, the U.S. already knows every detail about your equipment. And as Arno says, are there kill switches? Well, hell, if there isn't kill switches, we probably know a way to put bugs into the, worms into the system to shut things down. And it shocked the people that, oh, you mean America was able to introduce worms to Caracas's power grid to shut down just targeted parts that we need? Because you can see the parts of the city are fully lit up, parts of the city are dark. We just shut down the parts that we needed. They could, shut down all of Europe's power grid tomorrow if the U.S. wanted to, and maybe even keep all of its fingerprints off, other than it must be America because nobody else could have done this. The U.S. just proved that if it's prepared, it can dominate any battlefield. Because one of the most vulnerable things out there in a battlefield is a helicopter. It's slow, you can look up, you can see it, you can shoot it with a rifle. It's not like some supersonic jet whether low flying or high flying, buzzing over super fast. It's going pop, 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 as it's slowly going along. I know gamers just sort of ranting about this, but that is what has probably shocked all these NATO military leaders, that just, they're not even on par with America's real abilities as opposed to America's apparent abilities. And you go, oh, but the primitive Afghans drove America out of Afghanistan because America chose to leave. It wasn't driven out. It chose to leave. America has the technology to put aircraft over Afghanistan and identify every single human being and kill them. They don't even need to use nukes. They can fly along at night and just destroy all the buildings. And when people run outside of the buildings, they can just thermally get them, or during the day. Just, what the Russians would have dreamt of doing, it's not, America is limited not by its capability. And I'm shocked at these guys, people. Don't think I'm not. America is not limited by its capabilities. It's limited by its willingness to do things. So, yeah. And even if you think that, and obviously America is not going to go to Afghanistan and kill all human beings. But we left because we didn't want to keep fighting the war and, political decisions. So, and you have to realize, and this is something that most European politicians had forgotten, and probably most European government workers have forgotten. They just completely forgot. If they ever knew, if the individuals ever knew it, I don't know. The first responsibility of any government is to protect its people or to protect its territory. Okay, that's if it can't do that, everything else is meaningless. Okay? If it can't protect its own territory, every last thing else it does is meaningless. So, you can go and say Germany or Poland or France or Denmark, they're such wonderful places to live. But they can't protect their own territory. So when the U.S. says we want Greenland, what can you guys do? Because you can't protect Greenland. Your inability to protect it. So, there should be all this work to maintain strength. And it's partly in Europe and in America and other places. The anti-war crowd is really just front operatives for your enemies. Whether it was the Soviet Union in the past, or modern day China or modern day Russia, all of your anti-war crowd people are just fronts for your enemies. Militarism is the only way to go about things, people. Now, it can be something like Swiss militarism, whether literally or figuratively, meaning a people's militia, that most every male is in the military, either active or reserve. I say most because there's old people and obviously there's young people, but most everybody's active or reserve military. And they've successfully stayed out of 2 world wars. We can talk about winners of World War II. Yeah, one of them would be Sweden. It stayed out of the war. Another one, would be Switzerland. And they both won by not playing. And the right side, at least for their governments, won. Because I think both Sweden and Switzerland once the big fighting was over, Germany would have just said, "You're ours now," in a very friendly manner, but "You're ours now." That's just sort of Hitler and Himmler's and all their personalities. Or in some other method, maybe not everybody needs to be in the army, but militarism does not equate to aggressive foreign policy. Does not mean that we're just waiting to have a war. When can we do it? And so, and this is why I say most of the European nations forgot that their first job is the military. The military was an area for social experimentation and to keep high testosterone males busy playing war games. So, and I, Gamer's been ranting about all this stuff. But I guess at the core of what I'm saying is what Trump has been doing with these with Greenland, with Venezuela, and you'll also notice all this up in arms about Trump, blah 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 Trump, and Keir Starmer comes out. Yes, of course we helped the U.S. capture that Russian ship. Yes, we're part of that operation to capture that Russian ship. So when it really matters about something real and not just, oh, we want to spout off in front of a microphone about how much we hate Trump and America, they know that Trump is doing the right thing. They may be afraid of their left wing in their countries, but they know that Trump is doing the right thing with that. They just know it. And they're just going to do it. Let me go back and take a look at the chat here. I know a lot of people, mostly over on Twitch. So there are a few on YouTube out here, and I do pay attention to that as well. Okay. I wish let me try to get a better view here, and then see. I'll be all tab out. We gotta get my cursor up here. Let's see. By the way, Greenland is NATO responsibility, not only Denmark. I'm going back up to Beam Slam here. Not only Denmark, the area is too big, I think you meant, for Denmark. So we also have domestic territory and a Baltic contingency. Yeah. Like I say, a lot, I think, I don't know why Denmark doesn't start paying America $5 billion a year to defend Greenland for it. Start paying America for that. Paying the U.S. If you were doing that, Trump would probably leave you alone. I don't think many Western European countries can defend themselves. And I don't mean just from the U.S. I mean from just about anybody. I think, well, I'm sure if 500 rednecks showed up in Iceland, they would be in control of Iceland before Britain could react to it, before Denmark or Norway could react to it. Now, they might be able to organize themselves up and defeat 500 American rednecks who just decided to become, rulers in Iceland or something. I don't think if Egypt got enough boats, I don't think Belgium could defend itself from Egypt if they were landing stuff on the shores of Belgium and going in. I don't think Belgium could defend itself. I think Belgium would be screaming for help. I know that's the idea of NATO, but they've given up their security in hopes that other people will take care of it, in hopes that the American interests are to protect them, and also relying upon, particularly on Poland, to protect Europe from Russia. So most of these nations cannot defend themselves, and they're relying upon the U.S. And for years, before many of you were even around, in the early days of this channel, I have warned everybody that the U.S. could very likely, back then, in the next 20 years, get an anti-interventionist Rand Paul type president who believes that the American military should not set foot outside of the U.S. borders and withdraw, because Ron Paul, the father, if he had had his way, he would have withdrawn every single American troop out of NATO, out of South Korea, out of Japan. I'm not even sure if he would defend Guam. He'd defend the 58 states and he'd defend Hawaii. But he would withdraw all the troops out. And he wouldn't care if there was a Putin or not out there threatening anybody else out in the world. Ron Paul is a libertarian. Ron Paul is freedom for everybody. Freedom. If Austria wants to invade Hungary, freedom for them. I'm not going to mess with you. You go do you. Just stay out of America. We'll be good. That's Ron Paul. I don't agree with that. Not everything I'm saying here is what I think should happen. It's not, some of the stuff I think should, some of the stuff I just think either will or could. Like I'm saying, there could be an isolationist president, and America withdraws from the world stage. And you guys would be fucked. And it's everywhere you'd be fucked, not just Europe. Everywhere would be fucked. Because it's now who wants what? Who can go get what? And that's just the way it would be. So I've been trying to warn people. No one listens to me. I know. I'm just some crank sitting out in America with a YouTube channel with, it's gone down a bit, about less than 20 people watching. So, yeah, I know. But I've been warning. No one's listening. Okay. So Turinlo says, why would you ever rule things out? Yeah. As a guy who had to be op for before, knowing that the shit everyone else would not do, fed up brain power work on plans. Yeah, you don't rule everything out. And it's sort of like I think both Britain and America, but I'm pretty sure it was Britain, had plans in the 1920s drawn up to go to war with the USA. Okay, they didn't. It got nowhere near close to having a war with the USA, but they drew up plans on, what happens if we need to? What do we do? How would we be prepared for it? Everybody, like one of the Marine Corps sayings is, what is it? Oh boy, I'm blank. I know be courteous, or something like this. And there's one other statement: be courteous, maybe be kind or something, and have a plan to kill everybody else in the room. And so, when they're going into places like Afghanistan or Iraq, and come on in and hang out, and but have plans to kill every single person else in the room, that, at least for the Marines, that are not Marines. Have that plan in your head. Know that if this goes sour, you can kill everybody there. Always have that plan. So you never rule anything out. So Trump is just not ruling something out, because maybe he'll find, like I say, out that there's a Stargate under the ice in Greenland, or maybe he'll learn that the lizard people from the other planet or the other stars are actually running the British government, and Keir Starmer is just a guy with a mask on, an alien with a mask on, and he needs to go liberate England from the evil lizard people. Now, I don't believe in the lizard people, but I know people who do, or claim that they believe in it, but, so he's not going to rule something out, because that may become necessary one day, but that doesn't mean that there aren't plans somewhere in the Pentagon. But that doesn't mean he's thinking that he's actually going to invade Greenland. It's just he has plans that we're not ruling stuff out. Okay. Holiday punch. I still think Sweden should have kept out of NATO. We've been fine neutral for like 200 years. Well, you've been fine because no one's been ready to invade you. Um, I think it's a good move to join NATO. I am a big supporter of NATO. I'm, and let me state it this way: Europe should do what Europe wants to do, both collectively and individually as nations. I'm not talking about, well, individuals are individuals, but nations collectively and as individual nations should do what it wants to do. I personally think the EU is a bad idea, and if the people really understood that they're moving more and more closely to a federal Europe, meaning an actual United States of Europe, in which there is a president, a capital, and you must do what the central government says to do, and you don't have the option to leave. Like the Confederacy did not have the option to leave the United States in 1860. If you realize that you're heading towards a federal unified and that countries are just going to be like states in America, have as much independence as Texas has, Germany would have. And I don't really, and all the ramifications that would mean, if the European people really understood that, I don't think they would want to be the United States of Europe. I may be wrong, but I think it's bad ideas. But that's just mine as a non-European's opinion. I'm not saying you must do it my way or whatever. It's just my personal opinion. We can all have personal opinions on things. But I am a big supporter of NATO. But a significant elements of NATO is that they're all basically independent armies. Yes, the U.S. can bigfoot around it and say, hey, we're going to use 308, or 7.62 NATO as a caliber. And it was only really a lot of pushback by Europe that got us to use 9mm as a pistol caliber. But, yeah, America can have a lot of dominance in it. But ultimately, like France did for a while, any nation can leave NATO. All the nations have their own independent armies. They promote their own generals, their own officers. And it's got to take somebody really, really unacceptable for the U.S. to put enough pressure probably to get somebody actually fired. Not from a NATO post in the NATO headquarters, but the actual sort of army posts or something. And that I don't know if ever happened. So, independent nations with independent armies that do have a central coordinating, NATO headquarters and whatnot. I am a big supporter of that and the U.S. continued participation in it. That doesn't mean there isn't friction. And I know people are saying that, if the U.S. invades Greenland, NATO's done. Really, people? I seem to remember, and I think it's continuing, that Turkey invaded Cyprus and is still occupying Cyprus. Oh, I know Cyprus isn't a NATO country. Oh, there's NATO bases on Cyprus, British bases still there. But Cyprus is sort of want to be part of Greece. There's probably a lot more Greek nationalism in Cyprus than actual Cyprus nationalism. So we have two NATO countries, Greece and Turkey, with Turkey directly and Greece through proxies, because Cyprus, I believe at the time, had a leader. I think it may have been even a priest that got elected or whatever, a leader that was going to worked to get Cyprus reunified with Greece that really pushed Turkey to invade. I think that's the case. You guys can correct me if I'm wrong when we get there. Oh, we have a first-time chatter. Oh, I'll get to your very long name, something breathing. I'll get to you in a bit. So now, I personally think we should kick Turkey out of NATO. I don't see that as a good thing. I see Turkey continuing becoming more and more Islamic. I see the government not unlike Ataturk's government wanted to be secular. I don't know if he wanted to be European, but wanted to be a secular modern state. And not just modern as in, hey, we have modern technologies, but modern as a way of life. It may have had more of a Turkish flavor than a European flavor, but he wanted to create a modern national state. Well, and the army basically ruled in Turkey for a long time. Even if there was elected leaders, it was still basically the army ruling in Turkey. And I agree with the idea. Obviously, I had no decision making, and I don't even know if I was born when Turkey got into NATO. And no saying it, but I do support the idea of Turkey as part of NATO when there was a Soviet Union. But now that there's no longer a Soviet Union, I don't think Turkey should be in NATO. I think they are also committing fourth generational warfare with Europe. I think they are actively trying to disrupt Europe badly, heavily with facilitating large migration of Muslim men through Turkey into Europe. I think this is part of a top-level plan that they'll want to make it like, we can't do anything about this. Oh my God, these people are coming through. It's overwhelming our system. We have to let them through because we can't, have enough support for refugee camps. Fuck. I think Turkey would just machine gun people if they thought it was going to become a burden on them. They don't care about Arabs and other people. I think they're that brutal. So I don't think Turkey should be part of NATO. But I am a big supporter of NATO. I know a lot of MAGA people are not. I think a lot of MAGA people, when they, and I saw one person going, wait, what? Trump's going to get us out of NATO and he's going to make the Europeans think it was their idea of it, this over Greenland. There's a lot of the Republican or the new Republicans, not the Cold War Republicans like Lindsey Graham, but a lot of the new Republicans are going back to old Republican isolationism. Stay out of European affairs. They don't want us to be in that. I disagree, but that's what a lot of them are pushing for. Okay, let's continue with the chat. I know a lot of it's still back. Increased efforts. Let's see, beam slam once more. Okay. Lord Samuel says, let me ask you something about Canada. In a hypothetical scenario, what do you think will happen if the USA pretty much annexes by economic cohesion, since in Canada you have two main groups of culture, the French and the English? From what I know, it's going to be a mess of resistance, guerrilla war, and more against the USA. Okay. Canada. Another very interesting thing. Canada is American. Flat out, nothing else can be said. And please understand my words before you all type in rage bait on the thing. Canada has always been American. It is American to this day. It was founded as America. It is America. In 1785 or 1790, right in those 5 years, 80% of the people in Canada were former residents of the now independent, or then independent. And the end of the war is basically 1782, the American War of Independence, just if you don't know the dates. 80% were former residents of the former 13 colonies. These are the people. Some were driven out because some were vehement Tories. And there was some very ugly incidents before the war, and even some just at the close of it. Some of them were just like, oh shit, without the crown and the stability, this is all going to go to hell. It's going to be like, they thought, and it hadn't happened yet, but they thought it was going to be something like the French Revolution. You know, all kinds of crazy chaos. So a bunch, fled to the Bahamas. A bunch fled back to England and Scotland and wherever. Some to some of the other Caribbean islands. But most went up to Canada. So Canada, up until like 1960, and sometime past then, not today, but up until 1960, was populated by Americans. And you have to realize, when America gets its independence, it has been in existence for about 200 years prior, okay? Now, some of the colonies 200 years ago were very tiny. And there were millions of Americans at the time of independence, millions of them. I think like 5 million or something. This wasn't like some of the other colonies that were around with just a sprinkling of Europeans over a large indigenous population. And I say that because I'm talking about whether it's India or Africa or Australia or someplace like that. It wasn't just a few Europeans. Like Louisiana territory was very much just there was a bunch of Frenchmen living in New Orleans, but most of the people out in the territory were traders, were trappers, were people out there, just sort of living out there. It was mostly empty of Frenchmen at the time. They were making money trading pelts and other things with the Indians and all that kind of stuff. But it was just a few people. Where the American colonies were heavily populated by people from Britain. And I say it that way because I mean Scotland and Wales and Ireland and other places in Britain, not just England. Okay, so the American sense. Now, so the Canadians, America has fought 2 wars against Canada, lost both of them. The first one was, I believe, in 1776, early in the American Revolution. They go up and try to, because the Americans think they're going to be welcomed with, the American rebels think they're going to be welcomed with open arms. They send an expedition up and find not only that there's British, but most of the Canadians don't want to have anything to do with the rebellion. And they drive them off. So that's the first war. The second war was the War of 1812. Again, it was mostly about slavery. The English were capturing Americans and enslaving them on British warships. Some of these Americans were born in England and were in the colonies at the time of independence, but they had an English accent. Some of the Americans had left England after independence and moved to America, and Britain very much did not accept those people. You did not have the ability to give up your citizenship, if you will. So we don't care if you went to America. You're captured. Some of them were people born and raised in America for 100 years, and the British captured them and put them to work on their warships. That's what it was mostly about. But a lot of the inlanders who had nothing to do with the shipping industry, and especially in the North, thought that this would be a great idea to go to war with Britain because we could take Canada. So they invade Canada and get their asses kicked. The U.S., fight very well against Britain at sea. And this is fighting against the Royal Navy at its height, at its best for the age of sail. Not when we're talking later, in the mid-19th century in the age of steam and steel, but at the age of sail. It was the Napoleonic War was at the height of the British Navy. We fight very well against them. Yeah, they burn our capital, but they're not really able to occupy America. They can't really stay there. And we kicked their butts, though technically after the peace was signed, but before it became enforced. We kicked their butts down in Louisiana under General Jackson, who later becomes an American president. But they kicked their butts. We almost go to war with Canada and the British Empire a third time, but we settle the border with Canada to the west of the Great Lakes. That was in dispute. We had some territory that was to the north of the current border. They had some territory that was south of the current border that was both recognized, and we wanted our territory to extend that we had all the way out to the coast, basically making like Vancouver, that area, into the U.S. We negotiated with them. We gave up a little bit of territory. They gave up a bunch of territory, and we drew that sort of kind of straight line across there on a parallel, basically. There might be a few deviations, but it's mostly just along that. So we almost went to war with Canada a third time. Canada defines itself, as it would say, as not American. Okay? They define themselves by not being what they see in the mirror when they look at us. But they are Americans. I've known a few Canadians that pass as Americans and have lived here for very many years. They don't say a boot anymore. But if you get to know them, they'll admit to being a Canadian. So they're functionally Americans. But, they grew up and were raised in Canada until adulthood, and they've moved to America. They don't wear Canadian patches. They don't speak with a Canadian accent. So these people are functionally Americans. The only reason Canada is not part of America is because it was part of the British Empire. And the British Empire was the British Empire. And America, prior to World War I, had no real abilities to defeat the British Empire. Now, it could defend itself from the British Empire. We can look at the American Civil War, the gun culture. America was going to be unable to conquer, Britain was going to be unable to conquer the America. But the British Empire could be scary, and they could do a lot of damage. I've heard some Canadians on the interwebs question, once the Queen died, why do they have a king? What's this with this king? Aren't we a democracy? Why do we have this king? If you give up that king, if you officially leave the Commonwealth and no longer have a king, there is absolutely no reason. Oh, and I want to say this one thing. I think there's very good reasons for the United States to have Canada existing as an independent country. I am not saying, personally, that I think we should immediately take Canada. Now, it may happen whether I want it to or not. So don't always take what I'm talking about as Gamer thinks something should happen. That's different than Gamer thinks something will happen, okay? I just want to define that before you think I'm just some nut job who wants to conquer everywhere. No. Okay. But there is no reason for Canada to exist as an independent entity from the United States, because even you talk about Quebec and they're French speaking. Don't forget, we have Louisiana. Yeah, there's more English speakers in Louisiana than there's French speakers, but there's a lot of them down there. There's no good reason that can't be the same in Quebec. So without the continued British imperial support, there is no reason for Canada to be independent. Now, my understanding, let's go back to this, because one of the reasons, because I did want to talk about these things, but I also wanted to be able to use the map. Okay, well, this doesn't quite have all the provinces exactly as they are currently, but basically these three provinces, and these two in particular, Alberta and Saskatchewan, because I think they go further north or something today. I don't, because these are somewhere between an actual province as well as a geographical territory for the game's sake. These two provinces, I think one of them, I think it's Saskatchewan, but maybe also Alberta, are getting really close right now to having a referendum on leaving Canada, getting independent, their statehood, getting statehood, and getting independence from Ottawa. And although a lot of British Columbians are not pro this independence movement, my understanding the British Columbian government, and I'm talking, these are people in the governments, not just, and I'm not saying their equivalents of governors or whatever entirely, but there's significant elected elements, not just some, nut jobs that, represent 5% of the people somewhere. I'm talking that there's serious movement, and even British Columbia out here is thinking about what it's going to do, because it's realizing that if this stays part of Canada and these two go independent, they'll be cut off. And I think it's mostly understood that if these guys go independent, they will then join the Union. Because these will be states and these are states. The United States of America. Because that's the name of this. This is the United States of America. We have one state outside of America. This is outside of America. But these are otherwise the United States of America. I don't think it's likely right now, but I think it's possible now. So I'm not saying it's probable. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but I think that it's possible. It's practically possible, not just in some weird theory of a world, some alternative history of a world, but I think it's possible that these states will leave Canada and join the United States. And that will probably also drag some of these unincorporated territories, because again, Canada functionally has no military. Oh yeah, there's some soldiers. They run around and go bang at each other once in a while, but they functionally has no military, and they will be incapable of defending the upper Arctic Circle territories. And the U.S. already does have bases up here, up in the north, that watch for missiles coming over from the Soviet Union, whatever. So I think the U.S. would sort of like, oh, hey, these are going to join us too. So Western Canada and up in here, right now, and I'm saying in the next 10 years, I give it maybe a 20% chance. Maybe a 20% chance. Probably less, that these will leave Canada and have to come to the United States, because I really don't know that they're going to really function outside of Canada. If they leave, why would Quebec stay in Canada? Maybe it would want to, because it would realize that the other alternative is joining the United States. These territories out here, some of this is like almost nobody up in here. I think the reason, once Western Canada, if it does leave, I don't think it will take a military invasion, but I think that another 20 or 30 years after, if the West leaves, 20 or 30 years after that, the rest of Canada will just join the United States. They'll do a deal. So I don't think the U.S. is going to invade Canada. I think Canada is going to fall apart. because, like I say, there's good. I personally think that all of the current Americans who are dissatisfied with the direction that America is going in should leave, because I don't think they're going to be happy with America in 20 years. And I think they would be happier some other place. And I think Canada may be that place. I think Canada as a steam valve for the United States is a good idea. I think it is. I don't know if it's maybe a better idea for the United States if it were all part of the United States. I mean, that's also a good idea too. Both are good ideas. I am not saying I want Canada to go away. I'm not saying it would be bad if it went away either. So I don't realistically think with any of the current political paradigms that the U.S. is invading Canada. But I do think there is, like I say, a 20% chance that these states out here will just decide to leave. And I don't think the United States will allow Central Canada to militarily impose its will on these three provinces if they want to go. If they demand to go, if they vote to leave, and Canada tries to use any force to keep them, I think the United States will step in. Now, you talk about if the U.S. were to invade, that there would be guerrilla war. I think the people that would likely fight a guerrilla warfare are people living in Canada that they and their ancestry have not been there for more than 20 years. They might. I do not think the old school Canadians, because they've been pounded down by their government, have any pride in nationalism as a large group left that are willing to die for Canada. I think, we can talk globalist. I just think, like we see a certain group of people in Europe, that they want to see the withering away of nationalism, and that governments are just administrative entities for the people that live in a geographical region. Meaning, if 5 million Americans were to move north, so they're still just Canada. It's just I know I'm going on about all this stuff, but it's just sort of we're just sort of managing the people that are here. If 5 million people from England were to show, not tomorrow, but over a few years were to migrate to Canada, they'd just be part of Canada. We just keep going. Doesn't matter. We're just people that administer the territory, and they don't believe in the people that are governing they want to get rid of the sense of national pride, of nationalism. They see nationalism as what causes or what made World War I and World War II so terrible, and they believe that nationalism is just a bad thing that should be suppressed. And then they're going to ask what? Those people that have been suppressed, their nationalism has been suppressed, that they're now going to fight for Canada? And Canada is disarming itself militarily. It didn't even buy its Panzerhaubützen 2000s from Germany. They leased them. They fucking leased them. They didn't go, it's one thing, we want to lease a battery of them for a while to test them out to see if we want to buy a bunch. Okay, I get that. Instead of like buying 4 or something, to have one battery of 4 guns, four things, and test them out with maybe a couple of the loading vehicles behind them, that are Panzerhaubitze 2000s without the gun, just carries the ammo. And test them out to see if these things, work well. Do they break? Do they function well in Canada? Can we use them well in Afghanistan? Because they sent some of theirs to Afghanistan. No, they just fucking leased them. Because they could afford to buy the ones, but they weren't willing to spend the money to buy them. So militarily, they're not armed. Oh, and Canada is going through another, and though there's a lot of resistance out here in the East, as well as other parts, they're going through another gun confiscation program. So if you think you're getting ready for a guerrilla war from an invaders, you don't go around confiscating the people's guns. Because you could go, we'll put them all in a warehouse and then we'll go, sploosh, 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 sploosh. If there's an invasion, we'll hand out a gun to everybody. Yeah, they'll know what the barrel goes out of, the bullet comes out of the barrel. But are they going to know anything more about that gun? Will they even fucking know how to turn the safety on and off on the gun? Will they know how to hit anything with the gun? You don't plan a guerrilla warfare by disarming your population. The Vietnamese who fought America, the communists, particularly in North Vietnam, their population, I think to this day, is still fucking armed. Their little villages, they may not have all their guns at their homes, but in their little villages, because I've been watching this other good channel, Type 56, the story of China's army. He's been going into a lot of details of some of the battles in the 1979 Vietnamese Chinese War. You know what's really, really cool? I get to hear them describing these battles and these people getting killed. I get to cheer when everybody dies, because the only people that are dying are communists. Communist Vietnamese are killing communist Chinese, and communist Chinese are killing communist Vietnamese. So all the death and destruction is like cool, and I just go in my happy space, dead commies. So yeah, it's really cool. But they're describing how these local Vietnamese units, they're just the population, and they just went to go put on a jacket, a flimsy cotton, sort of shirt kind of jacket, and went to their little village armory that everyone has access to, basically, meaning all you got to do is have a crowbar or something to pop the lock off of the door, and you come out with an AK-47 and rounds, and they were fighting the invading Chinese. And of course, most of their AK-47s were made in China, but hell, doesn't matter. So their population was armed, not disarmed. But Canada is pushing as hard as they can to disarm the population. So any thought of a guerrilla war is, there's going to be a few nut jobs, but yeah, that's it. And yes, hello, Toy Jet. I know I said, yes, you say spicy topic. Since Quebec's history, they've got pretty much radical at one point. Yes, they did get radical back in the 70s. But you have to remember, all that radicalism in Quebec and all the radicalism in Puerto Rico down here, that did bombings up in the United States and other places, that was all pushed by the Soviet Union. That was all, as to use the Democrat term, astroturfed. It was all just people that wanted to disrupt the West, finding nationalism. I'm not saying every Puerto Rican in the 70s who tried to do something violent to the United States, or every movement, because there was a few terrorist attacks in Quebec or whatever, and everybody supporting them were all like, yay for the Soviet Union. No, it's sort of the key people are that just use nationalism for their own ends. Okay, isn't Russia pretty much done right now, though? So, yeah, this is Holiday Punch saying, I know it's a while ago, we'll get up there. Wasn't Germany pretty much done in 1918? What could Germany fucking do? Germany was done 1918, or 1920, or 1919. Yeah, it's more 1919. I mean, fuck it. Germany's defeated. Germany's done. Clearly, Germany's fucking done. Germany doesn't do anything in 1939, 20 years later. Does Germany fucking do anything in 20 years? So if you're going, oh my God, Germany, modern day Germany and France, Russia can't invade. Poland's sitting there. It's strong enough. Russia can't even deal with Ukraine right now. Oh my fucking God. It's only the America we have to worry about. If Germany can come from being defeated in 1918, 1919, in 20 years, it can put on the most, at the time in 1939, the most advanced, the most tactically adept, the best army on the planet, the best air force on the planet in 20 years, and a credible navy, though it's not the best. I mean, the Americas is still better at that time in 1939, though it's much smaller then. I mean, not smaller than Germany's, but smaller than it becomes. Britain's definitely better. I don't know if the Italian Navy's better, maybe. No, Germany's better. Italian's bigger Navy, for sure, in 1939. France, probably better, but I don't know. But it comes out in 20 years. Are you fucking deluded enough, Holiday Punch, to not think that in 20 years Russia could turn it around? 20 years of peace. And if you're worried about Sweden, you don't think that in 20 years they may not be invading Sweden, but do you really want to live in a world in which, whether it's Putin or Putin's successor, 20 years from now, he's going to be pretty old. He might still be alive, but I don't know. In 20 years, they rebuild the Russian Empire and want to take Finland and want to take the Baltic states. Do you really want to go, let's just say somehow Russia is not going to try to, take Berlin. It's not going to try to take the whole world. It's going to leave Poland be, but it wants to get back the Baltic states. It wants to get back Finland. Maybe get back Moldova here, these sort of territories here. Get Ukraine. Get back the Russian Empire. Does Sweden really want to live in a world with Russia on its border? But by joining NATO and knowing that it is setting up a Northern Air Command, which I believe they are, joint air forces with Finland, Norway, and Denmark, creating a joint air force up there. Because that's probably, you guys up here, and I know High Toy Jet, you guys up here, and I know Norway could actually afford a lot if it really wants to start dipping into its sovereign wealth fund. Norway sort of has infinite money. Not infinite resources, but infinite money. But it doesn't have the will to use military force, really. It may someday, but it doesn't right now today. To really, Norway has no will to defend Greenland. It has no military will. It's not going to, even if it could, it ain't going to even try. Sorry, people who think Norway is all mad and will do something about it. Make a strongly worded tweet and send it to America. Yeah, they might do that. But yes, because this is one sort of region. It's, and there's another sort of air region down here that they have a joint air force. And, eventually just have one air force that defends this area. And maybe even do one navy that get rid of the Norwegian Navy, get rid of the Swedish Navy, get rid of the Finnish Navy, get rid of the Danish Navy, and just have one Navy. Y'all speak English, maybe, and just speak English to each other. I know these languages are similar. Finnish is different, but just have one Navy up here that tries to rule the Baltic Sea and helps the U.S. out at the North Sea or Arctic Sea or whatever you want to say, helps the Americans out there. Because America really does not want to put its ships or submarines into the Baltic. Trust me. It will if it needed to, but it does not want to. It's a very limiting waterways. So, yeah, joint unified Navy, joint unified Air Force, I think would be a good thing. Have its own armies, but joint Air Force and Navy, I think would be a good thing. And I think that's something they could afford. Buy or build, get Saab out building good fighter aircraft again, or fighter bomber types and whatnot. Have some good, well-made, as modern as they can Air Force and as modern as they can Navy that's small but effective. It should not be too looking at global actions. It's just sort of regional, and set that up. That's what they should do. But yeah, Russia's pretty much done right now, as Germany is in 1918. And some of you know him. I'm not going to mention the name. I haven't talked to him in a few months. Just our schedules. But I have a friend who lives in Ukraine, who's Ukrainian, not just a foreigner living there. And one of the things he very much has expressed to me, he is not worried about Russia today and whatever the peace settlement might or might not be. He's worried about the 20 or 30 years from now, because he believes, and he's younger than I am, and he'll be, presumably, unless he gets hit by a Russian missile or something, he will presumably be alive in 20 or 30 years. And he thinks Russia will try again for Ukraine. He is, at his soul core level, this ain't over. Even if Trump gets his peace agreement, this ain't over. It's going to come back again. This isn't going to be, Ukraine wins, peace for our lifetime. No, peace for 10 years, 20 years, something like that. So if you're only worried about today, like you think, like, oh yeah, if we go to war with America, the rest of NATO, yeah, Russia probably won't be able to do much to you, though it might decide to occupy something like the Baltic states. I do not know its military reserve to do that, but because remember, it still sort of has this little piece of territory here. But all that would do would be separating Europe from America, and Russia would go, oh, okay. Is it going to be a 20-year plan or a 30-year plan? And we'll build enough tanks and enough aircraft and more modern ones, and not leftover Soviet designs, and not fanciful the Armata designs that really probably won't work well. Let's build just some better functional things that will flood them, and we're coming back, baby. Yeah. So you have to look. Yes, I'm doing well. Toy Jet. Okay, getting to ZZ here finally. They had Russia multi-billion-dollar AA platforms, and has completely turned to burnt metal and scrap. Yes, I think the world, and I watched some YouTube channels on China. I really think basically, I don't know if they literally did it, but figuratively, the Chinese military is crapping its pants right now. I think any short term, the next 5 years, and it's for other reasons as well, but for the next 5 years or so, any invasion of Taiwan is off the table. I forget, you can maybe look it up. Another very good channel that I watch, Sub Brief, on YouTube here, who's a person who was a submarine guy, is still a consultant with some of the defense contractors for submarine that build submarines for the United States Navy. So he still very much has a security clearance and still very much knows things he can't say. But he recently, as in the last year or so, found out about that the Navy announced that he did not know was going on, because it's not really a submarine thing, I believe. It's more surface warfare and air warfare. Is an anti-shipping missile that the U.S. has. Get this, guys. We have they talk about, I don't know if this is supersonic. Supersonic is the big thing that, China and Russia talk about all the time. But we have an anti-shipping missile. Again, I don't know if it's supersonic or not, but it is undetectable until it impacts the ship. So whether this thing is slowly flying along like a World War I biplane or coming in supersonic, if they can't even detect it until it impacts the ship, what good is any missile defense on any Chinese ship? So all we have to do is have launch platforms, ships. You guys, if you can put it on a ship, you can put it on a ground-based launcher. Ground-based launcher on an aircraft. So long as we have some ships. Oh, and the Navy doesn't announce things like that until they're actually deployed, and deployed in significant numbers. If they've successfully kept something secret long enough, they keep it secret until it's ready to be deployed in numbers, not just like China. Oh, we've got 4 of them flying, some fighter aircraft that they announced to the world. We got 4 of them. We're building more someday. No, or like the Armata, what does they have, like 14 of them? They don't use them in Ukraine because they're afraid of having them show up as being shit, I think. No, the U.S. does not announce its things until it's ready to use them. So basically, that big Chinese Navy to the U.S., again, looks up, hey, a lot of targets. Got it all programmed in? Yep, fire. Boom. So I think any invasion of Taiwan is off the table right now. Now, that doesn't mean that there won't be a political change in America, like I say. Could be a Democrat, could be a Republican that won't defend Taiwan. And China might think it could do something. So, and there's the other big scary thing is, again, like Hearts of Iron 4s or other World War II games, Hitler rolled the dice. Hitler firmly believed, that Britain and France would not go to war over Poland. We have enough contemporary, meaning at the time, written things like in diaries that we have. So it isn't just people saying 5 years later or 10 years later, after the war was over or something like this. But at the time, recorded private, high-level, Nazi leaders, part of the leadership clique, recording that Hitler dismissed the idea that the Western Allies would fight over. He knew it was a gamble, but it was like, oh yeah, they're not going to fight over Poland. They ain't going to go to war over Poland. Hitler wanted his training war, wanted a war with Poland, was afraid to all shit about the Soviet Union. So that's why he had the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact signed, dividing up Poland and other things. Because he was afraid of the Soviet Union. Because he was afraid that if he were to invade Poland, that the Soviet Union would come to war with him. Whether they were going to defend Poland or eat Poland too, that's another question. But he was afraid of the Soviet Union. He wasn't afraid of this. So the problem is will China think, some future date? Will China think, the U.S. won't do anything? They may embargo us or just trade sanction us or just, complain about it in the UN but they may mistake that the U.S. won't do anything serious and invade, and then the U.S. does something and a war breaks out. That's the scary thing, is when leaders dismiss the idea that the bigger war is going to break out, and oops, it does. So, yes, that's about this. By the way, Canada is fucked so badly. Oh, yes, Lord Samuel, it is. 3 successionist groups, yeah, if you're talking about out in the West, definitely. Okay, Turlo, amazing what happens when you fight a proxy war for 4 years. Both sides use same electronic systems. You let us study it. Yes, exactly. See, this is one thing that Trump says a lot of stupid stuff. Trump has a lot of ideas that just won't work. Sometimes, and I still remember Dianne Feinstein, a California senator, who Democrat, of course, and who is very, very anti-gun. In one meeting, she gets Trump to say, yes, we should get rid of weapons of war off the American streets. And she's in her senile period. And she's sort of like, yay, and shakes her fist. Yeah, we got him to do that. Right in front of him. Yeah, that he's like supporting. Because she thought, because Trump said, get rid of these weapons of war, that he was going to be on board with, this was when he was flirting around with the bump stock ban and things like that gets overturned in the courts. That Trump is going to support getting rid of assault weapons is what the term they like to use. Just anything that they can label assault weapon. Oh, and they won't ban hunting rifles. They'll call them sniper rifles first and then ban them. But Trump didn't, obviously. So Trump will say, yeah, we're going to give them I think to like Saudi Arabia or something. Yeah, we're going to give them the good aircraft or whatever like that. Nope, the U.S. won't. You might think, of course, the U.S. doesn't give or didn't give or sell or whatever the good M1 Abrams to Egypt, which they did not. It did not have the highest level of targeting systems in it. That was currently not just in theory use, but in use by the U.S. Army at the time. It did not have the same armor packages that the U.S. Army has. They didn't give the give or sell or whatever you want to say to Egypt the really good M1 Abrams. They didn't. They also didn't give the good stuff to Australia either. Australia has the export model Abrams, which they're now seeing they're going to give to Ukraine. So it's a very, very, very good idea we didn't give them the good version of the Abrams because we don't want the Russians to get a really good look, at a knocked out Abrams, or an Abrams that just gets stuck in the mud, or an Abrams that runs out of gasoline. The Abrams are not doing the best in Ukraine. And it's really sort of the conclusion is Ukraine is not capable of using the Abrams because the Abrams is designed to have American logistical support, fuel and other logistical support elements, not just the fuel, that the Ukrainians just are not capable of maintaining and operating them the way the U.S. would in that exact same environment. And so the U.S. got under a lot of pressure, was able to find, I think it was 33, but approximately that number, of export model Abrams that it still had in its inventory that it could turn over. So we will not turn over our first line stuff. So even like I believe the F-35s that Britain both buys and leases, I believe they're doing both still, but I know they bought some, and I think they did lease, and I don't know if they're still leasing some F-35. I don't know that they're the F-35s that we just used over Venezuela. I mean, not to saying that the ones that Britain has aren't good, but they're not the same aircraft. I think we don't put that out. So yeah, the American stuff is on a whole nother level. There's no military. Anyways, there's no military threat except for Trump. Trump has not stated that there's a military threat over Greenland from him. He believes there's a threat from other people, but that's another thing. And Lum, finally getting to this. I love how what you're saying is that smaller nations shouldn't exist just simply because bigger nations exist. I didn't say that at all. Lum. I never said that. When did I say that? A nation should exist for one of two reasons. One reason is it has a coherent, and you're mixing the term nation and state up. A nation is a group of a similar ethnic people, meaning France is a nation. West Germany was not a nation. West Germany was a state. East Germany was a state. Germany is a nation. Maybe divided in two states, maybe in three if you count Austria. But Germany is a nation. The Federal Republic of Germany is a state. There is a difference. One reason for a nation to exist is that it is, or a state to exist, is that it is a nation. Okay, that it is a defined cultural group of some sort. The other real reason for a nation or a state, however you want to say it, exists is because it can. Okay? And that's simply it, because it can. Not because somebody else, why do these nations exist out here? The Marshall Islands and whatnot. Why do they exist out here? Here we go, Marshall Islands. Why does this exist in a modern day state? Why does that exist? I mean, literally, why does this exist? I'm not reading down in the chat, but it exists because the United States of America says that it exists. Because if the United States didn't say it existed, Australia would take it, Japan would take it, the Philippines might take it, China sure would try to take it. They would not survive as an independent state, except that America, the United States, however you want to say it, sometimes I use that term just for us and not referring to the continent, because we say since World War II, because this was a German territory, I believe, the Marshall Islands, and then it was a Japanese territory during 1936, and after 1945, instead of the U.S. claiming it or turning it over to the British Empire or somebody, we set it up as some sort of pseudo-independent state. I believe it's the Marshall Islands. It's one of these island nations or island states out here that flags a lot of the ships, the flags of convenience, as they're called, ships that are going around the world right now. You know where they have, and I'm not going to wait for anybody to answer it, you know where they have the office that administers all of that? Just outside of Washington, D.C. They don't even have an office for it in the Marshall Islands because nobody fucking goes to the Marshall Islands. You show up in Washington, D.C., and you register your tanker under the Marshall Islands flag or whatever, and off it goes. They don't even. So it exists because the U.S. says it exists. Japan exists because Japan says it exists. Because Japan is a strong enough nation to defend itself. Okay? It exists because it says it exists. Switzerland exists because Switzerland says it exists. Because the people there are willing to fight and protect its own nation. It doesn't exist because of some equality between states out there that, if national sovereignty was something out there that was some sort of inherent thing, the U.S. could not invade Canada. I mean, Canada too, but could not invade Greenland because the aircraft would be flying towards Greenland and then run into that invisible barrier of sovereignty. No, they exist because they're able to hold the territory, or some other nation says that they exist. So I don't say that small nations shouldn't exist, but there is not a significant cultural identity enough to Canada that its states should not be part of the United States. So, that's a bit different. Okay. But it could also be what's a Belgian? A waffle? A good one, Arno. Okay. What does the U.S. get out of withdrawing from every organization and international convention? I can tell you exactly. What nation currently is in charge of, what is it, the World Women's thing in the UN? Isn't it like the UAE or Saudi Arabia or somebody like that? And isn't the current president of the UN Somalian? Somalia is the current president of the UN. I know it rotates for 1 month through all the nations. That's what America gets out of getting out of it. The fucking ridiculousness. The fucking that Somalia has a vote in the UN. That, that is what America is leaving. If it leaves. I don't know if it should leave the UN, but we should not give it one more dime. We should not give it any money. Let it do its own thing. I mean, we can be sitting there on the Security Council, but we should not give it any money. We do not need to be a member of the WHO, the World Health Organization. We do not need to be a member of any of these other things because they are ridiculous, and so I don't think we need to deal with that. Okay, Lum. Okay, seriously, what the fuck's wrong with my beer? Okay, another one exploded on Lum. Well, it just foams like crazy. Okay, somebody must have shook them up for you, Lum, or something. Okay, that's not bad. Well, it's annoying, yes. Okay, hello. You are Now manually breathing. Okay, good. I hope I continue to manually breathe. True, if they leave, they're cooked in a way. The organizations are cooked? Yeah, probably. Because they're ridiculous. Uh, the UN was created, and I remember watching some movies, because I like old movies, um, back like in the late 50s and early 60s that saw the UN as some sort of bright future that was going to lead the world into some sort of future, utopia or something. The UN was set up as sort of this, new world order or whatever you want to say. But the way it's set up, especially in the General Council, most every nation was equal. I say that because there was one nation or one state that had 3 votes. No other state had 3 votes. Can anybody name, without Googling, the one state or nation or whatever you want to call it that had 3 votes in the UN? No other nation, state, whatever had this. Okay, secular state. Well, just take a look at Quebec province from Canada. Push. Okay, yeah. Hello, the Hoffman-Nader. Finally getting to your chat. I have no qualms with the U.S. being connected with Europe, though, in my view, no Warsaw Pact. Why bother having NATO? At least all of the countries there that share. Well, I agree that there's no Warsaw Pact. That's obvious. But I don't know that Russia has stopped being aggressive. From an American perspective, American, not talking any other else perspective, I'm not even talking what's best to do. I'm just talking from an American perspective. The world changed when the Soviet Union went away because the Soviet Union was based on the proposition of world revolutionary communism spreading all over the world. So any government anywhere that fell to Soviet influence was, if you will, one domino falling. And with the idea that they truly believed, and I truly believed it at the time and I still believe it today, that had they been successful, they would have collapsed all dominoes everywhere when they could. May still be collapsing them to this day, meaning it's not be over. They would keep pushing. They'd get Cuba, get Nicaragua. They failed to get El Salvador, but they tried. Try to keep getting every little country, every little piece of territory, and hold on to it for dear life once they got it. It wasn't an empire based on nationalism. It wasn't an empire based on strategic position. It was an ideology that necessitated global communism. Not just communism is out there, but global centralized communism. This is what finally sort of got China finally realized. Because at first, if you look at China, they thought, after the Korean War, they were preparing for an American invasion because America, fought in the Korean War. America supported Taiwan. They thought that America wanted to invade them. America had no desire to fucking invade China. They didn't want communism to spread. They would be happy if China was more like nationalist China, and, do that. But they weren't going to invade China. China eventually realized this and realized the big threat was the Soviet Union. And they reoriented their armies to worry about the Soviet Union, not America. America was, well, we might go to war with them because we might, support, in Vietnam or some other place something. But America wasn't going to, take over Beijing. It wasn't going to take over Nanking. America wasn't going to come into communist China. Oh, they might, if an internal rebellion broke out, that was pro-nationalist, that might do something. But they realized at some point, yeah, they may go to war with the United States because expansionist reasons. But America was not, and it's still to this day, China's primary threat, it feels, is Russia. They primarily think Russia is the big threat, not America. China does want to get back, as it sees it, not that it ever really controlled it, but the territory here east of Baikal. They would like all of this. That is, now this is a sooner goal, getting Taiwan. But if they thought they could, if this becomes an opportunity, their main threat axis is here. Their, threat, being attacked, thinking that it's going to be attacked, is up here. They're definitely an internal threat axis, a fifth column, pro-nationalist, anti-CCP elements. Their most aggressive stance is against Taiwan, but like I say, they realize now that ain't going to happen. Their next biggest, and it's not threat to, again, to Beijing or something, but their next big conflict is with India over these highlands up here. That's their secondary big threat. So NATO is a good thing, I think. I don't think America is going to be materially affected, significantly affected, over where the border is between India and China. Even if India takes all of this up here and even takes, eastern, Assam out here, eastern India, they definitely want some of these places here. They stated that some of these places are their territory up here. Not all of what I've just highlighted, but some border regions. How's that gonna, and so should America go to war over the, India-China border? No. America might have interest in helping India, selling them weapons, giving them advice, that kind of thing. Yeah. But yes, I'm off the nadir, I'm doing well. So yeah, no, America, it isn't like we're not playing anymore for the globe. Okay. We're playing for interests around the world, that we might go into conflicts. We might even start shooting at shooting at Chinese ships or something, shooting down Chinese aircraft, maybe targeting, bases along their coastline, maybe sending in Delta Force to, raid somewhere on Chinese mainland territory. We're not going to be putting divisions into China. Not in, the next 40, 50 years. That doesn't need to come into Chinese calculus. They need to have divisions here just in case there is an uprising like we're seeing in Iran today, literally right now, that they could go in and squash like they did at Tiananmen Square. So yeah, they need the divisions out here. No doubting that for one moment at all. But there is no threat from America, threat from Japan of like there was back in 1936, of trying to do a mainland conquest. China's in a dispute or China and Japan are in a dispute over, I think, is this Okinawa? Yeah, this is Okinawa. The Senkaku Islands, some little islands in here. So yeah, China and Japan may shoot at each other someday in the near future, next 10, 20 years or something. But they're not going, China isn't going to try to take Nanking or Shanghai or some crap like that. That is not on the table. Again, where's the border between Vietnam and China going to be, or something else that might happen. But so yeah, the U.S. has interests in South Korea, in Japan, in Taiwan, in the Philippines, and of course, America. And you can say all you want, but America owns the world's oceans, flat out. And before you go, well, who says so? I'll tell you who says so. The United States Navy says so. Russia, we just took out that ship that got reflagged to Russia. Russia isn't doing anything about it. Oh, they may be getting a little angrier and shaking their fists at us, literally or something, but they are not doing anything about it. The oceans used to belong to the British Empire. They were incapable just because the British Empire is falling apart. at the end of World War II, incapable of keeping it, and the U.S. owns the world's oceans. I still remember I was on my first European tour, packaged bus tour kind of thing. And we were down here. We were heading out on the little boat in Naples Harbor, going out to the island of Capri. And I look up on a little harbor boat kind of thing. That's the U.S. Navy, and it wasn't just one or two ships. It was literally 20 American ships in the Naples Harbor. I was going, that's the U.S. And it wasn't again, it was whatever the Fifth Fleet or whatever it is, the Mediterranean Fleet was basically all in port in Naples. And they were all moored in Naples port. And we had to sort of skirt. We were a ways away from them because you couldn't get that close to them. But we were skirting around the U.S. Navy that was ported there at the moment when I was there. So the U.S. Navy owns the world's oceans the U.S. owns the world's oceans because of the U.S. Navy. That's who says so. And again, that isn't might make right. It's might makes reality. We own the oceans. Anything afloat out at the sea is only there by our leave, by America's leave. We allow other nations to use the seas. We could easily stop basically all of that because the merchant vessels would all run into port if we started even sinking a few of them. We saw what a few Houthis could do to this little bit of territory here in the water. The U.S. could shut down international things. Okay. Oh, and hello, Eric. Finally getting to your comment. Hopefully you're doing well. Okay. Yes. Good. Okay. Lord Samuel, it is funny that the throne speech of 2025, the Quebec National Assembly on the same day voted unanimously to pretty much said no to the monarchy. Yeah, if you give up the monarchy, if you give up your last official titles, if you are Lord Samuel Canadian, I don't know, but if Canada gives up its last official links to Britain, there just becomes no reason for Canada that I can see existing as an independent country. Because I don't think it'll economically survive. I don't think it will culturally survive. I think if we look at the policies, my understanding is, and again, I'm not an expert on all things, but my understanding is there's a lot more centralized power in Canada than there is in the United States, meaning that the United States state governments are more independent of Washington, D.C. than the provincial governments are independent of Ottawa. Setting oil policies or, drilling policies or mining policies and taxing them at the state level and all of that. Just so that you know, Alaska, there's nobody living in Alaska. Okay, yeah, obviously there's people there, but there's hardly anybody there. They have 2 senators and 1 congressperson because they don't have the population to have more than 1 congressperson. There was multiple reasons that we made Alaska a state instead of being a territory. One of the reasons was sort of making it a state. We hoped that more people would move up there after, making it a state and would help populate it, but it hasn't. I don't know the population totals out here. If there's enough people in these current provinces to make up, get a full congressperson or not. If these are enough to have 2 or 3 congress people, then I would definitely say, yes, these should each get independent statehoods if they join the United States, as opposed to creating, one state out of these 3 or something and giving them 2, and a few, Maine, I think, has 2 or 3 House of Representative seats. I think it's 3. So they have enough population, to do it, and then have 2 senators. Every state has 2 senators. You have a minimum of 1 representative, one member of the House of Representatives, no matter if you're a full state, no matter how small your state is. And to get more, you have to have enough population. So if these guys were to be given statehood equally, I think that's more like that, but I'm not sure today. I don't know the political geography well enough up here. But internally, they would govern themselves and set tax policies. Basically, the state could do whatever it wants. Any state can do whatever it wants so long as it's considered constitutional. They can do whatever they want. Obviously, there's like federal income tax, that every person in the United States has to pay federal income tax. And there's a federal corporate tax. So every, corporation can do, has to pay federal corporate tax. But in the state of Nevada, there is no state income tax. At least last time I checked, no state income tax. So you could be making $1 billion a year and you'll only be paying federal income tax. You will not be paying state income tax. There is corporation income tax, definitely. And that was mainly in the past. I don't know if I still think today, but that was mainly being paid by the casinos. So the corporations had state income tax for their corporations. But individuals, that's why a lot of rich entertainers move to Las Vegas, partially to work in Las Vegas, but also that they weren't going to have to pay state or other local income taxes. And each state gets to set up its own sales tax. There is no federal sales tax. So one of these states could have high sales tax and a low income tax. And this other state could have low taxes all around for people, but just tax the mining and oil industry or something, and not have personal income tax, and have very low sales tax or something. And so all these policies they could set themselves. They can do whatever they want so long as it's considered not unconstitutional. That's the only thing that limits each of these states from setting their own policy. Yeah, and a lot of people don't like things like the EPA that's getting overly restrictive, and the EPA can, pollution limits. Yes, we don't want huge pollution, absolutely, but I think they're getting overly done. So there is definitely federal intrusion into the states, absolutely. But they get to run themselves pretty much themselves. This is why I know you've all heard of the civil rights movement and the whole Jim Crow era in which, the Pentagon, which is right up here, but notice where I'm clicking, it's in Virginia. The Pentagon has twice as many bathrooms or toilets or whatever you want to say as it should. It has twice as many because they went into the building and figured out, okay, well, this many people working in this building needs, it's a big building. Let's say it needs 100 toilets. I don't mean individual toilets, but individual toilets and or toilet rooms. And they go, okay, yeah, that's good. We need, let's say, because it's a huge place. Okay, we need 100. Well, let's build 200. You know why they built 200? One for white people, one for black people. Because when they built the Pentagon, there was segregation. And you weren't going to have black people and white people using the same, toilet rooms. There was blacks only, whites only toilet room. Obviously, the blacks could go into the white ones to clean them up because obviously there were black janitors back then. I have no idea what color the janitors are today in the Pentagon, but back in the day in the 1950s when it was being built and whatnot, they were obviously black janitors, I'm sure, without knowing for a fact, but I'm just sure. So because this had legal segregation of things like toilets, even for federal buildings in Virginia. Now that's been declared unconstitutional, but it was declared previously constitutional. So states can do their own things. So there's a lot more freedom, I believe, and these guys out here realize it, that if they leave the control of Ottawa, a lot more of their policy decisions they will make themselves. Obviously, if they joined the United States, they'd send senators and representatives to Washington. The biggest problem, well, two big problems for America. We got to change all of our flags and add one or more stars. And it's no longer the neat lines that it is today. And we have to add more senators instead of having 100, because we have 2 for each state, and there's 50 states, so there's 100. But however many states it might get at. So they know that whatever the deal is, and they would obviously go to Trump and do a deal, that they would do a better deal for themselves and being a state than they are for self-governance deal. That they would do better as that. Some of these areas out here are so small, I don't know if we would accept them as independent provinces as opposed to just creating a larger province, because again, these are somewhat underpopulated. It's sort of right here in the core is where most of Canada's population is, my understanding, between Quebec and down here in Ontario and whatever. This is where a lot of the core population is. So that's it. Hey, Ari, good to have you here. You're still going through the thing. So we did a little bit of playing, and then I started talking about all the crazy stuff going on in the world. What's it called now? Are we taking over Canada? Well, I don't know if you were here for the earlier stuff when I was talking about it, but these 3 provinces, at least 2 of them, if not all 3, I think one has officially actually got enough stuff that they're going to actually have a vote on what they call statehood, going independent. Whether that state then joins the United States or stays as an independent state is the next question. And I don't know that the pro-independence people will win the votes, but they're going to have at least one of the provinces at least going to have a vote, I believe, and maybe all 3 coming soon. So yes. And Jamnuska says Alberta, that's probably yes. He's saying the one that's going to have the vote. But glad to have you here. It's been a while. Ari, actually in chat. Nonsense mainly, no point of speaking it, perhaps. Some changes will come. Yeah, we'll see. Okay, hello, Jake 1173. How you doing? An independent greater PNW in my lifetime. Splendid. Don't know what PNW is, but great. Wish I knew. Lord Samuel says, well, not exactly sure what I was talking about at that point because I wasn't looking up at the chat. We are too polite to be gorillas. Okay, I guess Jamnuska is Canadian. Yeah, I don't see whether it's politeness, but I also see America, other than using different money and allowing people to have guns, I don't see materially how American governance is going to be significantly different for the Canadian people. I do believe that if Canada were to join the United States, a lot of people would leave Canada. Not, oh, I've got to go to Australia or I've got to go to Mexico because I hate the U.S. I just think a lot of these people that are along this border would just move south. They'd move to Florida or to Texas or to California. I think you would see a great exodus. I know Vancouver has super high real estate prices. I think they would crash because I think so many of the people would go, I can't afford a home there, but I can afford a home in Arizona and there's a job in Arizona. I'm going to Arizona or I'm going to New Mexico or I'm going to Texas. It's warmer and there's a job. And they would flood to the south. I think a lot of these places, I bet you a third of the people living in Canada would move south of the border. If not overnight, but in 20 years' time, a third of the people would move south. And I don't think there would be nearly as many people that would move north. There has been a great exiting of the north to the south because of air conditioning. Because some of these places are god-awful hot, particularly in the summer. that people would not want to live there if it wasn't for air conditioning. So we've definitely seen a mass migration of people. Some people talk about how, especially in a place like Charleston, not up in rural South Carolina so much, but in Charleston, that Yankees are taking over. That Southerners are becoming a minority in their own, major city, because all the Yankees from up in here are all moving south into here because it's cheaper to live and other things. So they're becoming, but still, go up country here, they'll be all Southerners, or mostly all Southerners. But yeah, Quebec will likely fight to be independent of any English administration. Fight as in war? You think they're going to buy some tanks or get some shoulder fire surface to air missiles and fight America? Really? You really think so? They think France is going to come and save them? I'm saying if all the rest of Canada is joining the United States. Really? I don't think so. I may be wrong. I've never been to Quebec. I really don't know. Because I think probably, again, a third of the Quebec people would just leave just leave. The French-speaking ones would just leave because they'd have other opportunities. And not like, oh, hey, we can go south today. Oh, tomorrow we're leaving. No, I'm just saying, older people will die off. Younger people will be looking for a job. They'll find that there's jobs, in the South. They'll oh, hey, I can go work for, the Toyota plant in whatever southern state that there's one in there. I know there's at least one in the South. We'll go work in that plant because that's a good job or whatever, and they'll drift out. How are they going to, with the U.S. controlling everything here? Yeah, okay, Quebec, Montreal, yeah. They'll be surrounded by the U.S. I just don't see that it is that. Jake says truth, since they're pretty much anti-English. Yeah, but you see, it's no longer anti-English. See, okay, you got to understand. Quebec would be a state. I think there's enough population that Quebec, however it gets drawn, would be a state. And in the United States, there's only one state that has two official languages, and that is New Mexico. All of this was at one time New Spain. Basically, if you look at the history, this was at the time Spanish and Indian. Okay, just basically, and we're down here, they were mestizo, mixed, Mexico. Most of the people that in this area were a mix of pre-Columbian Americans and Spanish. Part European, part pre-Columbian American. Pre-Columbian means before Columbus, peoples that were here before Columbus. Really mixed. This was sort of Spanish that were sort of locally elites, and a lot of Indians. There was very, very few Spanish as a percent of the population. When they came in as a state, they had two official languages, English and Spanish. Spanish is still being spoken. Louisiana comes in with only English as official languages. California, English is the only official language. Now, you can get a driver's license test in Spanish and other languages, but all laws are published in English. When you go to court, all judges speak in English. All court cases are done in English. If you cannot speak English, they provide an interpreter. So a guy says something in Vietnamese, someone interprets it hopefully correctly into English, and the English words are getting recorded in the official court documents. I believe, again, because of you could also hold a court case in Spanish in New Mexico. I don't know why that can't be done and have two official languages. Basically, you have to have English, but you can also have French as your official language. And they'd have a lot more local control, I believe, than they do under Canada. So they could set up their own sort of state of Quebec and run it their own way. As long as they, also put up signs in English too. You have it in French, you can have it in English, so that people, driving down the highway can see that the street signs and whatever. And so I don't think that that's too likely if the rest of Canada is collapsing, is what I'm saying. You must remember there's a big rift between French. Yeah, but you see, that's between French and English, not French and American. Because you got to remember, at least traditionally, back in the 1970s, we can call this British. Let's say instead of English, let's call this British, because there's lots of Scots up here particularly. British and French. Hell, there's huge amounts of Italians living in New York and living in Boston. There's lots of Poles. We have them, they all eventually learn to speak English as their first language, but there's still a lot of Italians and a lot of Poles that speak some Polish. They're fairly well integrated into the overall American thing, and they don't, Minnesota, no, that's Wisconsin, this is Minnesota. Minnesota has a huge, what we call Swedish, but it's as much Norwegian and Danish and whatever else, but huge Scandinavian population. And if you still look at some of their American accents, though they've mostly given up speaking Swedish, but a lot of them, are, Scandinavian, and there's still a lot of Scandinavian cultural aspects up there. It's no longer a binary between one or the other. You have to be a proper American, you have to adopt a certain amount of Anglo culture. So I'm not talking, a person who comes from Vietnam, grew up in Vietnam, lived all their life in Vietnam, and come to America when they're 40 years old. And they become American citizens, absolutely. But they're children who are born and raised in it, or at least mostly raised in America. You've got to be partly Anglo culture, and that you got to speak English. You got to understand the basics of Anglo culture. Once you get all that down, there are a lot of hyphenated Americans. There's a lot of Vietnamese Americans. They're mostly down in California and Texas. They were settled all over America. They decided they didn't like the cold, so they moved to California and Texas. 90% of the, fall of Vietnam refugees. So they definitely tried to spread them out. But in about 10, 15 years, they'd all moved to the two, most all of them had moved to the two states. That's why you have that. Actually, I think he's more Laotian or something characters in King of the Hill, which is set in Texas, because they have a large population of that. Okay, let's see. Remember World War I and II. Yeah, there's conscription crisis. I presume you're talking about Canada. You have hardline succession. Yeah, but that just disappears. I think once you get it. Oh, they've collected 20 guns so far. Yeah, out here. Yeah, there's a lot of just passive resistance and that they're not turning into guns. So anybody who thinks Canada is getting ready for a guerrilla war against America, you're smoking something weird. Okay, let's see what Jake has to say here. I'm certain the globalist project will fail, but I'm wholly unsure which side America will be on in that case. Genuinely hope to see sense. Well, American nationalism is rising. I think that is part of what Trump is doing about Denmark. Trump cannot invade Denmark. Okay, people. Trump cannot, I will repeat this, Trump cannot invade Denmark. Okay? Or he can because he already has. We have U.S. troops in fucking Denmark. Okay? What I mean is Trump cannot annex Denmark. Meaning all the U.S. soldiers in the U.S. bases or Navy men or Air Force guys, if they were to all walk out of their base with guns, loaded guns, and move into Nook or wherever, Trump cannot do that and annex it. He cannot. Flat out, period. He cannot do that. The United States Senate can do that. Okay? He will have to get approval, probably also from the House of Representatives, but mostly from the Senate. Do you think, right now we're at 50-50, I think we might go 54-46 split after this next, or something about like that, after this next election. and you think they're going to get 60 senators, because that's what it'll take, 60 senators to agree to annex Canada. Like I say, we already have troops there. It's not like, and obviously we could easily, some of the U.S. transport planes that come and go probably every day or a few times a week, we couldn't, bring in a bunch of more troops and then just walk off our bases or something like that. We don't need to actually physically invade. So anybody, Danish troops will defend Canada, will shoot Americans if they invade. Fuck, we're already there. It's the annexation. It's only going to be the U.S. Senate that does that. The president cannot do that. The president cannot constitutionally. Now, you can disobey the Constitution, but which could get him impeached and thrown out. And then that'd be a military coup if he tries to stay, if the military would do that. But the United States president cannot order any military action. That's what it says in the Constitution. Only the United States Senate can order military action. They're the only ones that declare war. Only the United States Senate can declare war. The United States president has no ability to send troops anywhere on this planet. Only the United States Senate. Sometime, I think around the Gulf of Tonkin incident, or sometime in the 60s or whatever, partially because of global thermal nuclear war, because they didn't want to see, oh shit, the Russians are launching missiles. Let's all run over to the Senate and vote on to see if we're going to go to war with Russia. They gave the president the War Powers Act. I believe it is for 90 days, the president can do military actions, whatever he wants, because the Senate says he can. The Senate has basically said, for 90 days, you can do whatever you want with the military. Anything you want with the military. You can send the military anywhere you want. You can have the military attack anybody you want for 90 days. After, I think it's 90 days. Could be 60 or 90. It's whatever, however many days. After that, you have to get the Senate's approval. And to fund it, the ongoing action, you have to get the House of Representatives' approval. The Senate gives you official action approval. The House of Representatives gives you the money to do this. So Trump, at most, could invade Denmark for 90 days. Then after 90 days, he has to withdraw all the troops from Denmark. I mean, not that, well, I'm just seeing Denmark written up here, but from Greenland. Okay, so he controls it for 90 days. He's got to convince 60 senators that this should happen. All of Trump's statements are really directed at the United States people to convince the senators to put pressure or to pay for, because Trump's goddamn rich, but he doesn't have enough money personally to pay for Denmark, okay? Whoever you're paying off the Greenlander, I keep saying Denmark because I'm looking up here, paying off the Greenlanders, paying off the people back in Denmark. He doesn't have enough money. He has to get that money from the U.S. Treasury, which the House of Representatives and the Senate have to approve. The Senate approves the taking over the territory and the money, and the House also is required for the approval of the money. So anybody who's thinking, oh, Trump's going to invade in 3 weeks or 3 months or a year, you're a loon. Or you're hyped up because some media reports are trying to hype you up in your anti-Trumpism. It is unconstitutional for him to do so. And all it would take would be one vote by the Senate to remove Trump's powers to invade any country. They could remove it tomorrow. They could all show up in the Senate and go, they call them, may take 60, but at least it takes a majority at minimum, but maybe it takes 60, and then go, Trump no longer has permission to use the military. Any military actions, any deployment of troops outside of the continental United States or U.S. territory. So you can send them to, Puerto Rico or the Virgin Islands or out to Guam. But sending anything outside of U.S. territory, you must get senatorial approval. Whether it's to an air base in Germany or, to go in to invade Venezuela. They could do that at their will, at their decision. They won't, but they could do that. So yeah, that just isn't. Then a sub just a big torpedo. No, a sub is more than that. We bought leaky British subs that the UK has more than happy to unload on us. Being Jemnuska says, okay. Hoffmanator, I must say I do enjoy when you get going. Thank you, Hoffmanator. Yeah, and trust me, I'm trying to examine the world. I'm trying to understand it. I want NATO to continue to survive. Like I say, personally, I don't like the European Union. But I want NATO to survive. I don't know if it will. And I don't think it's going to collapse over Greenland. I don't know if the American people in 10 or 20 years will want to fight in one way or another to defend Europe. Partially because we see things like the totalitarianism growing in Europe. I am hearing, I don't know if it's just web rumors or whether it's leaks from it, that Britain is days away from banning X or Twitter or whatever you want to call it from Britain. If you're banning Twitter and other things because of you're wanting to restrict people's speech, I don't know that the American people will want to be militarily tied to you. I don't know that. Hello, Cameron Williams. We'll get to you in a moment. I don't know that the American people are willing to support Europe because what Europe is doing internally. I don't know that the American people want to support Europe because it may drag it into a war. It was only Germans' stupidity of sinking ships way out in the middle Atlantic in World War I that got America, the population, to agree to go to war with Germany. And had Japan not attacked us in Pearl Harbor, and had Japan left us alone in the Philippines, just bypassed us, I don't know that FDR could have gotten the American people to go to war against Germany and Japan. They might have, but it would have been much more like Vietnam. A lot of people not wanting to do a draft. They might not have been able to do a draft. They might have purely had to go on volunteers. They might have been very, very casualty sensitive. But nope, Japan attacks Pearl Harbor and invades the Philippines. And yep, Germany stops unrestricted submarine warfare and starts it up. Had they kept it to just like hanging off of Britain and go and saying, yeah, no American ships get to enter Britain, which included Ireland at the time, or get to enter France, and we're off the coast. And if we only sunk American ships as Germany only sinks American ships as they're, I'm not saying like 12 miles off the coast. I'm saying, the Bay of Biscay, this sort of region around here. I don't know that the American people would have agreed and the Senate would have gone along with the idea of going to war. If American ships that could have, docked in Spain or Portugal or sailed around, way up around here and docked in Norway, to sell arms and other supplies to Britain. They could dock in Spain and be, sent on trains up to other places. Or, yeah, come on, mouse. What are you doing? Get back under control. Okay. Or, come to neutral Norway and be transshipped to another ship, and that ship takes it under escort to United Kingdom or something like that. So our trade could have continued with Britain, or just risked the submarines close in. We would not have entered World War One. World War One would have dragged on longer, because with Germany knocking Russia out of the war, it would have easily thought it had another year or two of fighting. Whether that year or two, particularly France, but also Britain, be willing, and Italy, be willing to take the high casualties, I don't know. So we look back on it now and see, yeah, America in twice, 2 world wars. We're ready for World War III. Since there's no longer a Soviet Union, yeah, there's a lot of Polish Americans, Ukrainian Americans, some Romanian Americans, but a lot more Poles, a lot more Ukrainians, a lot of, German Americans. But I think a lot of them are, too many generations out. The Polish Americans come over in 1890, and now that's 130 years later. They may love Polish sausage and polka music and other sort of Polish things. That doesn't mean they're going to go to war over if Russia retakes Poland, because it's no longer the Soviet Union. It's no longer the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics that's going to gobble the world up. So, I don't know that America is going to stick with NATO. And even if we're not talking about Greenland or some other NATO territory, I don't know if Europe is always going to want to be in on, again, for some reason my mouse is sort of, I don't know, some American wars. They may go, oh yeah, you're having a war off somewhere. No, we don't want to be involved. That's just war for oil, money for, war for oil, or whatever it be. So I don't know that NATO is going to survive. And with all of that, I want to see Fortress America. I am worried about the future. I don't mean the next 10 years. I mean the next 40 years. I think the world's changing. I think countries are going to new countries are going to form, other countries are going to disappear. The one thing that is extending the current world order was the raid into Caracas, because that showed America's military power. So other nations that might thought that they could become aggressive, China, and other nations that might thought America might not be able to defend us, so we better just join the other side, something like the Philippines. Now the Philippines, the decision makers in Manila, however much the Filipino on the street matters or not, I don't know, but the decision makers in the Philippines, both the elected officials and the sort of the bureaucratic guys, realize America can sink all of the Chinese ships coming to our territory. China cannot take the Philippines. America can monitor the seas and the air well enough to keep any significant amount of smuggling in weapons or something to some sort of internal. There is an internal communist insurgency, and there is an internal down in the south Muslim insurgency, but they're both small and minor right nowadays. That we can. So America, if they think America is politically going to be reliable, if they think that, they know America militarily can be reliable and hold on. So the current world order was extended by the Venezuelan raid. But I still think the world's changing. So I want to see a Fortress America. I want to see America, but I don't want America to become Spanish speaking, because I'm an English speaker. I'm a British American, if you want to call it that, as culturally. I want to see, if you will, America stay Anglo. That doesn't mean we don't have places. I live down here in Arizona now. I was born and raised in California. Yeah, I've always known some Spanish words. I've always eaten Mexican food. I quite often have had good friends that were Mexican, or Mexican American mostly. good friends, not just, oh, I know somebody. No, friends that are, Mexican American, people born and raised in America, for often, not always throughout my life, but a lot of them. So I'm a Southwest American, so a certain amount of Mexican element is good, but I don't want to be in a majority Spanish-speaking territory. So I don't want to grow to the south. They want to create their own, if Simon Bolivar's dream of a United States of South America or Latin America or whatever you wanted to call it ever forms up, great, good for you guys. Go do it. But I want to see an Anglo-North. I don't mind a few small areas like Puerto Rico. Cool. But I don't want to be swamped by other cultures. And it's not because they're Mexican or Hispanic or Chinese, or it's just other cultures. I want to be mostly what we think of as American culture today. That's what I want personally. So, but I want to see a fortress. I wouldn't mind grabbing up here and grabbing up here. Why? Because these are so important? No, but these could be, you could put on, because I know there's a lot of stuff going with the Space Force, and we're going to do Jewish space lasers and all that kind of stuff up there. But you can put on anti-submarine, anti-air, anti-missile defenses out here. You can hook up with the sonobuoys and other things as a strategic defense. It's not that this is, out here in Bermuda, it's not that this is so important territory. It's not just like flag wave, America, we got more territory. No, it's a strategic position. And of course, the citizens out there get American citizen rights as any other American citizen. This is not a big enough populations out here to become states. And I don't know that it would be good to create one big, try to get all these islands together as one state. But these are, English-speaking territories, and they're strategic to America. I think they would be useful. Again, as a strategic asset, Canada, Greenland, very useful to America. And part of the reason I want some of this is because we're seeing like the Chinese fishing fleets and whatnot going on. I want to stop not merchant vessels sailing across this territory so much, but I want to stop exploitations, seaborne exploitations, and just draw even more sea lines around for the exclusive economic zones and do that out here in the Atlantic. I want to see North America become Fortress North America for the future. That's what I want. I do say, there's good reasons to have an independent Canada. But if the world is going to get as scary as I think it's going to get, I think we need to create Fortress America. And it's like Trump is saying, I think we need to. I don't think we should invade. I think we should work on, doing so politically and diplomatically and whatnot. It's not that we should come in with the barrel of the gun and shoot everybody. I just think we ought to work to incorporate these territories into Fortress America, if you will. Okay, hello, Cameron Williams. Good to have you here. I think you're new. Remember, everybody, if you're new around here and want to hear me pontificate on things and sometimes actually play games, remember to subscribe or follow if you're over on Twitch. Would you consider yourself? No, I'm not a neocon. I'm not a neocon. I'm not a neoconservative. Neocons want to run the world. I don't want to run the world. I don't. And some of the stuff, again, if you still around, I'm explaining the way things are, not so much the way I want them to be at times. So I do not want to nation build in Afghanistan or Iraq. I've always thought that was a bad thing. I think we should have gotten rid of Saddam Hussein. Absolutely. I think we should have gone in and punished Afghanistan for supporting Al-Qaeda in their attack on us. Absolutely. It should have been out of both of these countries within 2 years. I'm not a neocon that's trying to control all the pipelines flowing all around the Middle East and other things like that. It's if you attack America, if you attack America's shipping, you're going to get pummeled. I'm that kind of a guy. Yes. But not for trying to control everywhere. Not what you would normally say neocon. Okay. Hello, Theo Mask. Good to have you here. Hi, good evening. I think Trump is doing a lot of what he is doing because he is thinking post-NATO, including wanting to have Greenland post-NATO. Yes. Yes, very much. And you're agreeing to some degree with what I'm saying. I think China is the big threat to America. Not directly to America, but to America's interests. Do remember, where is it? Guam. This is American territory out here. So America's national territory is here. We also, where's American Samoa is out here. This is like Big Samoa and America. I mean, it's just all one here, but the smaller islands is American Samoa. This is, United States national territory, Guam, American Samoa. Obviously, Hawaii, but also some of these other islands out here. But these are sort of like atolls that nobody's living. There's still basically it's only the naval personnel living out in Midway, and Midway's a hollow shell. It's not a round thing. It's a sort of reef type thing that there's air bases on, and it's sort of inside there's water. And then obviously there's American territory way out here. And I think, I don't know, here or one of these, we're really close to some Russian islands, but yes, too. But I think there's also maybe this little island here or something that one is Russian, one is US actually, or something like that. I'm not sure. So yeah, this is all American territory way out here. So we do have very strong interests in the Western Pacific. I do sort of think we should also see about absorbing some of these underpopulated islands. I'm not talking about, these larger populated islands, not at all. And not even some of these down here. I'm just thinking these things, there's people out here, but they cannot defend themselves. And countries like China just come in and just rape the ocean seas, from fish and other things. So I am for us taking some of these islands out here, but I'm not for, trying to control all the world. So I don't know that NATO survives. I'm not talking about Greenland. I'm just talking, like I say, NATO survives. So, yes. And hello, Marcel Watcher. How you doing? Good to have you here. The U.S. 6th Fleet is in the Med. Okay, so it was the 6th Fleet that one day I was on a little boat in Naples Harbor heading out to the Isle of Capri and saw the U.S., and it was a good chunk of the fleet. I don't know if it was all. This was when the Cold War. I was in Germany. I mistake. I was in West Germany years before the fall of the wall. So this was when there was still a Warsaw Pact. I was in Europe. I'm that old. And traveled fairly well in Europe. I've not traveled around the world. My grandparents, they traveled everywhere. But I've traveled around Europe pretty extensively. So, not everywhere, but not, I've been to Budapest and some of the other places here, but not too far into Eastern Europe. But so, yeah, I saw the 6th Fleet in harbor when there's still the Cold War going on. Okay. Gamer, what do you think about the new Trump battleship project? Okay. As far as I can tell, it's not a battleship. But Trump is great at naming things, I don't know, and I don't know a lot about it. I think it's a good idea to have some significant surface warfare vessels. I don't know if the artist renderings that Trump is showing is anything like what it will look like actually. I think it might better be termed what they're doing is a battle cruiser. Bigger than a modern heavy cruiser, not quite up to what a battleship would be. To me, there's two elements to a battleship. still, to use that term, and I'm still looking at Jackie Fisher's, dreadnought type battleships as the thing. One, heavily armored. I don't know about long-term survival of the crew just because of the radiation, but I think a modern battleship should be able to have a nuclear blast go off somewhat near it. Not like right next to it or anything like that, but somewhat near it, that it survives and continues to fight for a time. And part of its survival tactics, even if that is too much, and I'm not sure because I'm not enough educated on how much blast effect, how far you would have to be. But part of it is just to be heavily armored, so that even if all of your active protection systems, including things that disrupt lasers, CIWS, the Gatling guns on the ships, and if all the missiles, intercepting missiles, if all of those fail, that ship will be able to take serious amounts of damage and keep fighting. It'll lose weapon systems here and there. That's part of it. I don't know if the ship that they're proposing is going to be armored in such a way. The other element to a battleship, and maybe I'm mistaken, maybe I'm old think, and maybe I'm wrong about all of this, but it needs some big guns. Part of what really made the bringing back of the battleships that Reagan did, the 4 battleships, was really effective, was those big guns when they were sitting off of Lebanon and able to fire into the land. And you can talk about all the modern missile technology you want, but part of the element of those big guns is that ammunition is a lot cheaper than a lot of modern missiles. And I don't know, and this is purely ignorance from me, I don't know how effective that they can stop those big shells from coming in. Not whether they can intercept them or not, but can they intercept them effectively enough to knock them off from their trajectory and make them seriously, not hit their targets and just, fall in. Well, may accidentally fall on a populated area, but, may just fall, either into the ocean or into just, out in the countryside or something like that and not hit their targets. I don't know how well you can stop those coming in. And even if you have 1 or 2 big guns, if you can stop an incoming round like that, I don't know that you can stop 9 of them at once. Will the enemy, whoever the enemy is at that time, have enough missiles, or counter missiles, or whatever you want to call them, boom, reload, boom, reload, boom, reload, firing those 16-inch guns in 9 volley rounds, or nine round volleys, I should say. Get my English right. So all 3 turrets, all firing 3 guns a piece per turret. If they can do that, to me, that's a battleship. I know a lot of the effective weaponry will be missile weaponry. I know that they should, instead of having if you go look at the old, New Jersey class battleships with all their anti-aircraft guns all over the place and all that set up, no. Those should all go away to a few anti-aircraft guns, a few medium, a few of them, and a bunch of, the vertical launch cells of the various missile types to do those should definitely be designed into them. Yeah, you need something like a helo deck for utility use, maybe drone use. You need some of that on there, and yeah, I don't know how much stealth how stealthy you can make a battleship, but you could definitely reduce some of its angles. So, and size doesn't determine a battleship. I don't, because if you've noticed, other than saying something about a 16-inch gun, I have not talked about the size of a ship. So his ship may be bigger than the New Jersey class. That doesn't make it a battleship. Trump wants to call it a battleship because Trump likes to supersize names. And also, when he's talking, oh, this guy's the greatest guy in the world. 2 days later, he's the worst guy in the world. 2 days later, he's the greatest guy in the world. See Elon Musk. They're now having dinner again, and he does say, well, yeah, he's 80% great, but we have he acknowledges that Elon Musk has some differences, and once in a while we'll criticize him. But he's come to the realization that Elon Musk is his political ally on so many issues and is critical to America with his SpaceX and his Starlink, and it's not just Tesla, it's so many other things that Trump is critical on. Elon Musk is critical on to America. And you need to keep Elon Musk on your side, even if he says your big beautiful bill is spending too much money and you shouldn't pass it. So even though he may go against Trump on some issues, Trump has realized, and I think they both realize, not to go personal on it. If they have another serious disagreement on an issue, that they'll disagree on that issue and maybe very publicly. But Trump is probably not going to go slamming Elon Musk again. Just say, I disagree. Elon Musk is great, but he's all wrong on something, out there. But just Trump is going to name something big. So I don't know if really functionally what he's talking about is a battleship in my mind. But I could just be too old school, and maybe what they're talking about is really a modern battleship. That's what I think about it. Beam Slam. Sorry, I can't give a more detailed on any weapon systems or whatever. I just comparing certain parts of a male body. I don't know. Okay. Hello, Extreme Fingerer. Good to have you back. I know, Jan. Okay. Do you think America won the trade war or lost the trade war to China? Well, one, I don't think it's over. China is now restricting certain rare earth materials to, including stuff that makes super magnets, to Japan. Japan has already stated that it is looking for alternatives to make super magnets, both alternative supplies of rare earth materials and also technology to make in essence the same functional magnet but out of different materials. Like I say, the raid in Venezuela has devastated Chinese aggressive plans against any close American ally, which would be Japan, South Korea, Philippines, Taiwan. When asked about, in the last 2 or 3 days, or 3 or 4 days, or whatever it is, last 3 or 4 days, the main foreign minister spokesman, not necessarily the foreign minister, but the main spokesman, was directly asked, because China was demanding the U.S. leave Venezuela and return Maduro to Venezuela. They were demanding this, and they were directing us, well, what are you going to do if they don't? And I think it was literally, they timed it out, 48 seconds. He's silent and looking down at his piece of paper, and basically comes back with nothing. Partially, I think it's because that spokesman did not have an answer to that question. But I also think China just realized, and supposedly Marco Rubio says, all Russians, all Chinese, not nationals necessarily, because I know there's some Chinese nationals living in Venezuela, but all advisory types, all people trying to work with any sort of oil industry or whatever, all got to leave. They're all going to go, or you're not going to get no tankers going to leave with any fuel. Probably no tankers going to get to enter a Venezuelan port. So China doesn't know how to respond to America coming in and doing this. And so if you remember, also in the last 4 or 5 days, the leftist leader of Colombia came out and said, yeah, you come and get me too. I dare you to come and get me, in public statements. And he said it in Spanish, obviously. My understanding is within the week he's showing up in Washington, D.C. We don't have to come and get him. He's going to come and maybe meet with Trump, but definitely meet with Marco Rubio. So he's blinked. I don't know that he's going to come to all, because to all demands that Trump or America is going to make to the leader of Colombia. Let's come over to Colombia. But he's realized, oh shit, I can say whatever I want from, my speaking podium in Bogota, but I've got to go bend the knee to Trump and make sure he doesn't actually come and get me. So, and this Venezuelan raid also tells Panama, because the Hong Kong-based company that is currently running a port here and a port here, not the main Panama access, but just outside, had agreed to sell them to an American company. I believe it was an American company, but he agreed to sell them. But China very recently blocked, because China controls companies in Hong Kong, blocked the sale of that. But China now realizes that if America were just to walk in and nationalize these ports, China can't do anything physically. Oh, they could put more tariffs on imported American goods. So what? What do we really care to sell to China? America does. That China doesn't desperately need. And so there's really no economic pressure that they can put on us that isn't going to hurt them a lot more than it will hurt us. So I think a lot of this with China, I think a lot of Venezuela actions are directed at China more than sure that we're getting rid of Maduro. Sure, we're trying to shut down the drug trade. Sure, all of the American property or property owned by American companies that was nationalized by Hugo Chavez is going to be returned. And Venezuela is going to give us the money that American companies lost. Oh, no, it's not going to come out of the Venezuelan treasury. No, it's just going to be taken off the top of any oil sales. So the companies, to my knowledge, all of the oil assets need to be repaired to some level or another. Meaning they've got to go in and fix them and modernize them and get them all running properly again. They're running, or some of them are running, but they're not running very well, and they're going to take a massive investment. The oil companies are going to do the investment. They stated that they're going to do it. American taxpayers are not going to be on the hook. Some of the money that the oil is going to make is going to go to benefit the Colombian people. Part of that money will be spent in America. So they'll buy things in America for Colombia. But ongoing over the years, and it's going to take years, these companies are going to get paid, return for lost revenue, return for having to rebuild all this stuff. They're going to make their usual profits, but they're also going to get all their losses because of Hugo Chavez for all these years, 27 years, they're all going to get repaid. And Venezuela's just going to have to suck it up and repay the American oil companies all its lost profits. So the oil companies are giddy over this. And there's even one Spanish company. I know Spain is under a leftist government right now, but there's one Spanish company that goes, he's speaking to this, this is the last day or two, this, square table, you might call it a round table, but the square table conference that they had. He says, we're a Spanish company, but we've already invested however many billions, he says, in American companies, and we're going to be investing more, and we're going to help you in Venezuela. So, he's Spanish, but he's going to be investing, which, yes, a certain amount of the profits will go back to Spain, but that'll mean a lot of American jobs. It'll be a lot of stuff. and I believe it was Halliburton or one of the other companies that said, "Yeah, we were in Venezuela, and well, why did you leave? Well, the sanctions that got us out, and okay, but we want to go back and do our stuff there." It was either Halliburton or one of the other companies, I forget which. And we have, I think it was over 200 Venezuelans still currently employed in our company outside of Venezuela. We will be sending those, or maybe not every single one of them, but we will be sending those people back to go retake over our assets in Venezuela and help run them in Venezuela. And so we're coming in. So yeah, part of it is Venezuelan direction. And Trump has said to China, very publicly, you can have all the Venezuelan oil you want. You just got to buy it from us. It's sort of the, if you want to call it a cartel or whatever. So you pay us, and then we'll divvy it up to how much goes to the oil company, how much goes to Venezuela, how much maybe go into the U.S. Treasury, how much, what's the split going to be? And they haven't worked all the details out. But we will sell you all the Venezuelan oil you want to buy. But it'll be at our prices. You'll be paying in U.S. dollars, not in yuan or not in some sort of BRICS currency. It'll be U.S. dollars. It'll be controlled by us. If we want to, because you become nasty over Taiwan or over the Philippine Islands that they're trying to claim that are out here, we can stop those ships at any moment. We don't have to sink your ships that are interfering in Filipino waters. We can just stop your oil. So, it's going to put a lot of pressure on China, but I think more or less once these things get somewhat worked out, the oil will flow to China or to the U.S. or to whoever else is buying it. But it is very much an anti-China play. I think even more so than an anti-Maduro play. But it is also that too. So that's sort of that. Let's see. Let's go down. There are 3 big enough states. 50 million. Okay, going in. Okay, yes. Yeah, I think you're talking about Canada. Yes. There are. It won't be, in my mind, it won't be the state of Canada. It'll be divided up, created some states that, may jointly put Alberta and Saskatchewan together as a state, may have British Columbia and up there. Now, I want to say this. This is New York State. Down here is where most of the people live, and mostly they vote Democratic. Way out here, they sort of vote Republican. Most all these people would be rabid red state conservative Republicans. They get like 60% of the vote up here. But the 40% or so of the vote here, plus the 80-90% of the vote down here, means that this is mostly Democrat governors, mostly Democrat senators. Like currently both senators are Democrat. There's enough congressional seats that there are a few, Republican congressional seats. It would be best for these people, and there's plenty of people living up here, to create the state of New York City and create this upper New York state. Create 2 states out of this. So these people could have their 2 senators. These people could be living under, pro-gun laws, pro-Republican, and these guys can be living under the Democrat stuff, okay? That would be best for, I think, America, and best for these people to split up New York State. New York City controls it. They don't want to do that. But I think it would be best for them. So these sort of empty territories up here, to jam them as part of a state just to do so means that these people here rule over these people up here. Where if they're just a territory, if Canada were to break up, this is what we're talking about, if Canada were to break up, and the U.S. eat it piece by piece. It would be best that these just be territories, so that these people don't dominate them, and they're just sort of administered. And you can have a local governor, and you can have stuff. You don't. If you lived in a territory, like if you live in Puerto Rico or Guam, you don't get to vote for the presidency. Okay, you just don't. If you want to, it's not because you're not a citizen. You have to live in a state to vote for the presidency. You can, any of those people can move to a state and vote for a presidency. It's just that they choose, if a person, and I have some relatives that years ago, I mean, they're like 80 now, but years ago, they moved down and lived for like 10, 20 years in Puerto Rico. They're very Anglo, Americans. Live down here by the job. While they're living here, and this is their, registered address, they could not vote for a U.S. president. It has nothing to do with being Puerto Rican that you can't vote for a U.S. president. There are many, many Puerto Ricans living in New York City that vote for a U.S. president. So they all have equal citizenship rights. It's just the sort of the way the thing works. But Puerto Rico, Washington, D.C., because you don't get to vote for president if you live in Washington, D.C., I believe. And you also don't get to vote for a senator or a representative. They do, and Guam also sends an observer. Sort of functions like a member of the Senate, because they just one observer. He gets to observe the Senate, or he or she gets to observe the Senate and the House of Representatives. So they get to go hang out on the Senate floor if they want. They have an office. They get to go lobby other senators. They just don't ever get to vote. So something like, whether it's a Greenland or whether it's, unoccupied territories up here, they might get to have, probably Greenland would have an observer. Some of these territories might have an observer. They'd probably get to, elect a local governor, but they would just be administered as a territory of the United States. So that's how it would function. And then, yes, probably have a Quebec state, maybe a East state, whether you want to call it, Newfoundland or Nova Scotia or whatever. Call it something, and, have other sort of, you may, like I say, may combine these two, and I don't know, create some other, create. My guess, I know you could create some sort of mini states like we have some historic, well, this is their old, but this is Connecticut, and Rhode Island is, Connecticut is these two. Rhode Island is this, just this one little thing, Providence, Rhode Island. We do have a few of these little micro states that were colonies that got in, but we might do that for these people, but maybe they would just be sort of, because I don't think there's that many people living in New Brunswick. I think they just live along the coast. So that, might join some of these together. I would say, to be fair, it would be both fair for the United States and fair for these people if it were to join 5 states. That's right off the top of my head. That would be fair to both. But yeah, that's it. Okay, let's get to Ari saying. Ari says, one thing I heard from some Scotsmen is that the people of European heritage, at least how he viewed it, a random Scottish American knows more about Scottish clans and history than the average Scots in Glasgow or Edinburgh does. Okay, when I lived there, I was definitely circulating among a bunch of people who were very much concerned with this. In the last 20 years, I have not contacted any of these people. Unfortunately, a couple of them that I knew fairly well, meaning stayed at their homes and had open invitations to stay at their homes, I'm sure have died. One of the women I knew, I'm not going to get into it, who exactly she was, other than to say, during World War II, she was an Englishwoman, she married a Scot later on. But during World War II, she was an Englishwoman. She parachuted into Yugoslavia. Okay, if you did a lot of digging, you might even figure out who I'm talking about. But I don't know if that information is out there. But so so she, so to give you her age, she was of age to parachute into Yugoslavia during World War II. I knew another guy who was Gordon Cumry of Cumry. And last I knew him, which is Cymru is a place in the Highlands. He was living on the east coast of Scotland, away from it. And he knew a lot about his ancestry because he was Gordon Cymru of Cymru. And it's sort of like basically being a clan chief, if you will. Cymru is not quite a major clan. It's sort of a sub thing. And last time I talked to him was on the phone. I could barely understand him. I could understand him in person because he had a very heavy Highland accent. There are a lot of Scots that know their history, okay? They know their history. I met one woman out of my entire time in Scotland, of all my trips and living there, that spoke Scots. Not Scottish accented English, not English with some Scottish words. She spoke Scots. She understood English. She listened to the BBC on the radio. She did not have a TV. She lived down in the border regions, not up in the Highlands. She lived down in the border regions. She remembered as a little girl World War I and being bombed or shelled. That tells you her age. This is back in the 90s. So she was a little girl during World War I. She knew a fair amount about the border history and whatnot. And I just spent 2 or 3 hours talking to her one day, just literally out in front of her house. Me and another guy I knew, we were wandering around, we were driving and wandering around and stopped there, and she was checking out, and she came out of her house and just started talking to us, and we talked for like 2 or 3 hours. So it wasn't a short conversation. She could understand us, I think, reasonably well, but she did not speak English. She spoke Scots, and it was difficult to understand her. And Scots is a language. It is an Anglo-Saxon language, but it is because there was Anglo-Saxon, and there were different varieties of Anglo-Saxon prior to the Norman conquest. English does not, as a language, come about until well after 1066 and the Norman conquest. She spoke an earlier language, not a dialect, but an earlier language of Scots. And she could understand us, and I, back and forth, and we could get what she meant. So I've met a lot of interesting people in Scotland. Now, it's been about 20 years since I've been there, been more than 20 now. So I don't know, people born in the last 30 years, what they know about, what they think about in the urban centers. I don't know. I am sure, I don't know, but I'm still sure that it's not taught well in schools anymore, Scottish history as its own subject. I'm sure if you wanted to go get a degree in Scottish history or something like that, but if you're just talking your average school, go through your average school and then leave and go get a job kind of people, they may not know a lot. They used to. So I don't know what's going on. Okay, let's get to ZZ. To me, peace in the next decade is dependent on China being deterred. Well, I would say, ZZ, that raid into Venezuela made Chinese generals shit their pants. It's not that the raid happened. It's not that the raid was successful. They took no casualties. One wounded. One pilot and one helicopter was wounded, but that helicopter was able to fly back, whether to its base in, Grenada or wherever. We had some bases in there that we were using, or all the way up to Puerto Rico, or back to one of the carriers. It made it back. And the helicopter obviously was flyable, needs repair, significant, I think, but still flyable. So that we were going in and out without a single casualty. And not just killing guys on the ground with missiles, but in firefights. Our Delta Force was able to come in and do a firefight on the ground, and I think had 0 injured, from bullets. They may have tripped, and I think there was a couple of guys on the ground that were minorly injured or something, but I don't think even a bullet wound. I may be wrong on that, but definitely, obviously, no dead. So that we were able to go into an area that had high levels of what was considered defense and enter and leave without a single casualty. That doesn't mean we could do it to Beijing, But that doesn't mean we couldn't enter and leave Beijing, but we might take some casualties. We might not be able to arrest the guy that we wanted to arrest because maybe our intel is not as good. And I think partially thanks to the Chinese diplomats that met earlier that night with Maduro helped us out because we were not intentionally, but we were able to track the phones he was currently using and track all that stuff down and saw just where he went to go to sleep that night. So I think China has been deterred for a while, ZZ. I think for the next 5 to 10 years, China will not act too aggressive. Oh, sure, their ships will bump into Filipino Coast Guard ships or something like that. But I don't think they're going to invade Taiwan. I don't think they're going to invade Vietnam. Because there's a real sort of war brewing between Vietnam and China again, because they have already had one. There's another one brewing. I think they've just been deterred. I think that's the case. And there's also most of Chinese top generals have either been imprisoned or killed in the last 6 months. And I don't know if they've been replaced. This is all internal Chinese issues going on right now. So China is not ready to invade anywhere. Wait, I play games? Yeah, sometimes. I'll get back to playing again. Unless, of course, we, invade Greenland next week or something and I need to talk about it. But I'm going to get back to playing more next week. Okay, Trump class would essentially be United States. Kirov, I don't know if it's going to be more or less. I don't know a lot about the Kirov, but I had to have something pictured in my mind. I see the logic behind it, long as it can hold its own and well supported. Well, I think the big difference of what we're talking about with the Trump class or whatever it's going to be called, I think we used to call battleships by states' names. We now call submarines by states' names. I don't know what we're going to end up. It won't be Trump. We won't be naming it Trump. But because it won't be done, I don't think anything will be completed in Trump's presidency, people. Unless Trump is assassinated or something like that while he's president. We won't be naming it Trump. You might do it after a dead president, but not after a live one. It's like there's no live presidents on the money. It's only dead presidents. I think what we're looking at is and one thing I think that old battleships and the new and current other surface warships that don't have, that they need to really start looking at are drones. And I don't mean small flying things that'll fly a long ways and either what they call suicide now, which are just sort of one-way drones, or like a cruise missile, or a drone that goes somewhere and launches and comes back. I don't mean I mean things that are both flying and on the surface that will be unmanned, that will be significant. So think of that is coming. Think of a large ship, whether you want to call it a battleship or something else, that'll carry 2 to 4 things the size of sort of a PT boat that will not be manned. They'll have access ways for men to come in and do work on it, maintain it, but they'll get off of the thing and then it launches. Whether it goes like a PT boat on the ocean, or it launches and is sort of like a jump jet Harrier kind of thing, that'll be unmanned, that will like carry forward some Harpoon missiles or some whatever generation anti-ship missile, largest things. And instead of like a carrier that's meant to carry many of aircraft, now of course you can, and they already have them, unmanned aircraft that you can launch from a carrier, that are in essence a drone, but they're more like an aircraft. But these are things that might not necessarily go a long ways, but could go over the horizon, but are meant to be sort of additional fighting platforms to launch weapon systems off, have defensive weapon systems on them, and then return to the mothership. I guess that'd be a good term. Maybe to get rearmed, maybe to get refueled, because you may fly these things and not, engage any targets and go back and get refueled, and may extend the area that the task group is covering. When you see the photos and the videos of all those ships next to each other, that's just a photo op. They don't stay that close to each other. Some are close-ish, but not that close to each other during normal operations. They get close, when you do underway refueling and things like that, sure. But they stay a bit more spread out in actual operations for multiple reasons. But so you may need some big ships that may have a lot of weaponry on them, but also are sort of motherships to other larger ships. And not larger ships than that, but either small ships or large boats or large flying things. I don't know if you want to call them a drone, an aircraft, an unmanned aircraft, or what you want to call them, but that kind of thing. I think that is some of the future of naval warfare. I still believe, and so these are bigger than cruisers. I think we're going away from just, after Reagan's, bringing back the 4 battleships and then the one, blowing up partially a little bit there, and then decommissioning the rest. The 3 that still are intact are still officially can be reactivated. They're still maintained that we could reactivate them. Take 6 months to a year probably, but we could get them back to sea and get them operating again if we need to. I would like to see somewhere between 4 and 6 of those type, but a modern new built production, big armored, big gunned ships that may have a lot more modern technology on board, which I would want, but big gun, big armored ships. And the reason to have as many is so peacetime that you can rotate them. So while you have one in port, get, that's all the crews get, time off and they're going through the maintenance cycle. One sort of in port that the previous crew plus some new members are retraining up, and then that's sort of like we do with the submarines and the carriers and other things, and one out deployed. So we not like we're gonna have 6 all at once at the ocean. We have like 2 in the ocean at any one time, 2 getting ready to go, and 1 has come back and going through maintenance cycles. Now once you go to real war, yeah, all 6 get launched and you just keep fighting them until they really have to either come back into port or the war is over. But during peacetime, they're rotated through. That's why I sort of say 6. So you can have 2, 1 in the Atlantic, 1 in the Pacific, as sort of a big battleship thing. I would like that, which is different, I think, than the Trump class concept. But I think we need big platforms to be able to, because the other thing is something like with China, we can shoot down their missiles easily. Yes, we can. But can they launch enough missiles to run us out of ammunition, as well as at any one moment shoot enough missiles more than we can intercept currently? So we need a few big ships to carry lots of ammunition, missiles, or other local, medium anti-aircraft guns to shoot down a lot of incoming missiles that may be targeting a carrier or targeting something else. And part of the thing is that, and they can be nuclear engine based, there's no reason not to. If you're having nuclear carriers, have some of these big nuclear ships that can carry enough ammunition, engage enough targets, not just, how many can they shoot, but how many they can shoot at once and target in on stuff to protect the carriers, as well as to launch, not to devastate a city. We're not talking about World War II or the Cold War with nuclear weapons, but to fire at to fire at someplace like Shanghai to hit all the ports. Not, yes, civilians will die, but I'm not talking like destroying the city of Shanghai, but hitting like, the radar bases, the ports, the ships in port, hitting the air bases, hitting all these sort of critical military immediate structures. Because you may have a ship out here or, a group of ships out here, but if they're launching attacks at you, you need to be able to launch attacks back at them and overwhelm their defenses and keep them from overwhelming your defenses. So if some big ships, right now they're cruisers that are doing the big ship part, getting some bigger ships. So I would, whether you want to call them battle cruisers or missile ships or whatever, drone launched motherships, some of those things I think are big surface warfare ships are back on the table for the U.S. Navy at least. Because it's no longer the post-Cold War era in which it's just going to be you got to realize, people, once the Cold War was over, U.S. military and government planning was, yeah, Russia may have a carrier or two. Yeah, India will have a carrier or two. Yeah, Britain will have a carrier or two. Maybe China will get a couple of carriers. But naval warfare is over, people. It's over. Basically, the American carriers are going to be out there, and we're going to use them when our embassy is under threat in Liberia and we want to set a carrier off to sea. Yeah, we know we need some support ships, just to protect it, just in case. And we're going to do airstrikes and airlift to evacuate the Americans from Monrovia and get them out there. Or, Mozambique's going to do something bad to us in the future, and we want to come and do airstrikes. So we just want to get a carrier over, and maybe they have some surface-to-surface missiles, whether they bought them in Europe or bought them in China or bought them in Russia, that they want to shoot at our carriers. So we need, picket ships to shoot down a few incoming missiles. That's all we need. So we're going to spend billions and billions of dollars to have these carriers. Oh, and we have our deterrent submarines, both the ballistic missile type as well as, China. Are there a couple of submarines lurking off your coast? You don't know. You can't know. We can sink whatever we want to if they're there, kind of thing. So we thought about that. Now, even though China, which is building a very large navy, it still may just be targets to us. But with modern missile technology, you no longer need big, huge coastal guns to fire 12 miles out at sea. You can get big missiles that can shoot 120, 200 miles out at sea. So if China was going to try to do an invasion of Taiwan, it gets enough vessels, that are invasion vessels ready here, and then it has enough intercept missiles, as in the thousands of intercept missiles or tens of thousands, and maybe thousands of anti-ship missiles to try to sink the U.S. Navy that's sitting out here launching aircraft or unmanned fighter, unmanned attack craft, flying things that are going to try to sink this. They're going to try to launch, and we need to have enough, because you don't want to just, put them on a few islands. Sure, you want to put some there, but those can all be pre-planned and targeted for. You have a few mobile stuff on something like, Taiwan, but otherwise, so you need to have a big fleet with some big ships sitting out here to protect Taiwan, protect Okinawa, protect Japan, even protect Korea, because keep a naval invasion from happening, that's outflanking the defenses from North Korea or whatever. So we may not be in the next 40 to 60 years looking at the return of either the Royal Navy with a lot of big Navy. China might try to continue to, it has a big Navy. It might try to modernize to have a Navy that can fight us at sea. It still really can't. Not out in the oceans. It can sort of fight us along its coast right now. It has real trouble getting even a few ships out past Taiwan. I mean, yeah, there are ships. China has a naval base out in Djibouti. It has basing rights in Sri Lanka. But that's just a few ships. Those one submarine can just sink them all with their missiles. They don't even have to get close enough for a torpedo. They can just go and keep, getting satellite feeds from the top by dipping up reverse dipping up a feed, and then get enough stuff and then launch some, missiles out of the submarine, and the submarine just the missile just goes sink all the ships. We can just bop, 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 some explosions, and those ships are gone if we want to do so. But in the future, we may go to war with India for some reason. Not that I think, Trump. If Trump were to ask, if India were to do X, Y, and Z, would you rule out military action? He'll go, no. I love Modi. Modi's great. Modi's promoting his country out. He doesn't like some of the tariffs I do, but he's a great guy. He won't rule out going to war with India or military action with India. He won't rule. That's what all these people that are bitching and moaning about Trump and Greenland is. Trump just won't rule it out. And when Trump says we need Greenland, yeah, partially he's talking to the people of Greenland, partially he's talking to the people of Denmark, but he's also talking to the American people and to the U.S. senators and congressmen. When he says we need Greenland, we need it. And when he says it'll cost us $2 trillion, $1 trillion to buy off the people of Greenland so that they'll vote for independence, and $1 trillion to give to Denmark as compensation, and you gotta pay for that. U.S. Senate, U.S. Congress. Are they going to want to pay the bill? He's got to make the case that why the U.S. needs Greenland. That doesn't mean he's going to be invading in the next 6 months or next 5 years. Obviously, he won't be president in 5 years. That's why he won't be invading Greenland. But he is trying to set the mindset of the people who make the decisions that they should support monetarily buying of Greenland, why they should support, maybe if they're not wanting to sell right away, why we should put trade sanctions on Denmark, why we should put some diplomatic pressure on Denmark. That doesn't mean we're going to go kill somebody. It just means we're going to, put some pressure on it, saying, hey, it'd be best if you sold to us. Give us a price. The new ship details are probably... I think they gave some stuff on their talk, Beam Slam, but I'm sure between now and actual producing the thing, there'll be a lot of changes. And hello, Elizabeth. Good to see you here. UK will never be relevant again. They don't even have a culture now. I think the UK, starting with the Reform Party, if you've been following the stuff, Reform is the most popular party and will probably win the next elections. I think there is a reaction. I think we will, in the next 20 years, I think we will see likely getting rid of all non-Europeans who've entered or descended from people who have come to Britain since 2000. I don't know that we're going to try to they're going to try to get rid of all the old Windrush generations that they talk about. A lot of those people that came to Britain, and they were the collaborationists, if you will. They were the people that were helping out the British Empire and were already, even before they made it to England, somewhat anglicized, even if they're from India. But there were a lot of Indians that were from, Uganda up in here, in Uganda. So that there were Indians that had, part of the British imperial system, whether as administrators or merchants. And when Uganda kicks them out, well, do they go back to a country they've never been to because they were born there, born in Uganda? Or do they go to England? And so I don't know that they're going to get rid of all of the non-European ethnic minorities. Because I'm separating those out from saying Poles or Germans or whoever that's living in the British Isles as different. People from the EU or whatever is different. I think as in a more than 50-50 chance that they're going to get rid of these people, even if they're born in England, even if they've been given British citizenship, people since 2000. I think they're going to just get to a point that they're just going to get rid of them all of the fairly recent people. I know people will scream Nazis are returning. Like I saw this, there's a bunch of stuff I've seen on Twitter in the last week, with the shooting that's happened up in Wisconsin and whatnot. Oh, just like the Nazis, just like the Nazis. Are you telling me that the Nazis were just rounding up and sending all the Jews back to Israel or Palestine or whatever? Not that I would support that, because, well, I would in a way, because I'm a Zionist. I am a Zionist. I am a committed person. I think Zionism is great. Now, that doesn't mean I want to endless U.S. money support for anything that Israel does. But when we're talking a conflict between Israel and any of its neighbors, I'm on the Israel side. I want there to be a Jewish state in what is today Israel. I'm a very pro-Zionist person. I think you're a fool if you think Jews rule the world or something. I think you're a fool if you believe that. Now, sure, Jews as a percentage of the population on the planet probably have more influence than, say, Ugandans have on the population as a percentage of the population on the planet. So certainly there's more Jewish influence than there is probably, again, from people from Tibet. Yes, but they don't run the world, people. I don't believe so at all. Oh, thank you for the chat. No. Again, you got to have humor. So I'm a big pro-Zionist person. That doesn't mean Zionists can't make a mistake. But if all, I am also not anti-Jewish. But if a nation decides that a group of people are fairly incompatible with their nation, and all you're going to do is send, what was this thing for many, many, many years, hundreds of years, the Jews, next year in Jerusalem. So all you're doing is fulfilling the wish of the Jewish people of sending them home. If that, there was a bunch of other very negative, very evil things that the Nazis were doing. But if all the Nazis were going to do were going to send the Jews to Israel, I don't have a serious problem with that. Again, Nazis did many other evil things. Okay, internally in Germany, they did evil things to others than Jews, and of course they conquered and did mass murder in Poland and Russia and whatnot, even more evil than they were in Western Europe. They did lots of other evil things. But if the only bad thing that they ever did was get rid of the Jews by sending them to Israel, I don't have a big problem with it. You're taking, probably they would have taken people's money and confiscated it and confiscated most of their property and just, send them there in their clothes to start over again. I'm not saying it's good. I'm not saying I would support it, but I definitely wouldn't want to go to war over it. I wouldn't want to even bleed over it. I wouldn't even get very worked up over it if they were just sending Jews to Israel. So, and I know a few of you probably agree with me. Some of you may not. So I have no problem in sending people to their home countries. Oh, but they were born here. Well, I personally don't believe if you're here on a tourist visa or if you're here if you come here illegally or if you come here and you get a temporary stay to see if we're going to accept your asylum claim. Or if we accept your asylum claim, doesn't mean you're becoming a citizen. We're just accepting that your current country is unlivable now. So we're letting you be here temporarily as an asylum seeker, not as a permanent resident. I don't believe your children should automatically become a U.S. citizen. Now, if we give you a permanent resident status that you're then seeking to become a U.S. citizen, and you've done through, because I've known people that they were in the Philippines. They asked permission to come to the United States. And they got permission to come to the United States as a resident, not just as a tourist. I'm talking as a resident. And they've come to the United States. And they were legally resident here with the intention, if they had or hadn't yet become a citizen, but that was their path they were heading down, and they have children, then I'm fine with those children automatically becoming U.S. citizens. But, and I know there's many non-European or non-Americans here, if you just happen to be in the United States and you have a baby here because you're a tourist or because you're a, I see asylum seekers as non-permanent. Like I want 99% of all the Venezuelans that have come here since Hugo Chavez came to power, I want them all to go back to Venezuela. I want them to all leave America. They don't have to do it overnight. They don't have to even do it this coming year. But I want them to all go home. Because your country is going to, may not be a paradise, but is going to get back to being settled. It's being in a normal state, in a settled state, not in chaos. So you should all go home. Whether you applied in an embassy and say in Panama, can I come to the U.S. because I'm being persecuted in my country, and we said yes, you and your children should all go back to Venezuela in the coming near future. You should all go back. It's not because I hate Venezuelans. It's not because I dislike Venezuelans in one little tiny bit. It's because you're Venezuelans. You should go home because we let you in because your country was, you either let you in or you broke into our country. Many of them broke into our country illegally, but whether it was legally came in or illegally came in, I want an orderly process, particularly those that legally came here, to go back to Venezuela because you're Venezuelans. I don't care that you may like it here better because it's too hot in Venezuela or it's a better living standard here. I don't care. You all need to go back. It is not out of hatred or dislike or any of that. It's just you are Venezuelans. This is the United States. You are not a citizen here. Any children born here, exclusively. Now, if you have one parent that's U.S. citizen, normal U.S. citizen, and one parent is foreign, your children, all the children are U.S. citizens because it only takes one parent. It doesn't take both parents. It takes one parent to be a U.S. citizen. So these foreigners living in America, I don't believe their children should automatically become an American citizen. They can apply for American citizenship, and if they were here regularly I would maybe give them priority over people that weren't born here. But that I don't believe in automatic foreign citizenship for people from other countries just because they're here. It is different than somebody who comes in and gets permanent resident, and that's also. I wouldn't also allow temporary workers. If you've got to renew your visa status every year, or if you officially lose your job, you have like 60 or 90 days to get whatever it is to get your new approved job for foreigners. If not, you have to leave. Temporary workers, whether that's you're a CEO of a tech company, or you're a programmer in a tech company, or you pick fruit out in the fields. If you're a temporary worker here, whatever status that temporary worker is, if you have children, those children are not U.S. citizens. You need to be on a permanent resident status. You need to, if you're not already a U.S. citizen, you need to be moving down that path. Then I'm good with your children being U.S. citizens by birth. So you get that, and it can be people from Ireland or Scotland, or England. It's and as heritage, not just happen to be born there and otherwise you're Pakistani. No, so this has nothing to do with race. It has nothing to do with that. It just, America is no longer open for unlimited migration. In the 19th century, we wanted more people from Europe into America. We did not want unlimited Chinese migration because if we allowed that, trust me, California would be Chinese today. And I don't mean Chinese people living in America and American citizens. I mean it would be its own pseudo-Chinese country because they would have just flooded in. So I know there was I forget the sort of movie or TV series, that was a while ago that was, first season was good. Second season sucked. I think they didn't have any more good story to tell. They was telling sort of the Chinese experience being in the United States. Yeah, there were a lot of anti-Chinese laws. I'm sure the people back then were racist. I'm not racist. It's not do you have what your hair color or your eyes look like or whatever. It's your culture. This would be an area speaking Chinese and being Chinese. That's the problem I have. I'm not a racist. You may think so, but I'm sorry, I'm not. It's that an overwhelming amount of Chinese flooding in, or an overwhelming amount of Japanese people, or whatever flooding in, would have turned this into some other sort of type of country, not part of the United States. Had we not had laws limiting the numbers and amount of Chinese coming in, but we did want Europeans coming in the 19th century because we were underpopulated and we had a very large country to settle. And so either you could try to be an urban dweller, like a lot of people in New York, Baltimore, Philadelphia, Boston. There are a lot of Europeans that were urban dwellers that are still there. And like earlier on, like I was saying, out in Minnesota, there's lots of Scandinavians that moved to Minnesota that are rural dwellers. And there's a lot of other rural dwellers that moved out here into the open spaces here. Most of the countrysides in these regions are Anglo because they already own the land. The newly incoming people were, even if they were farmers originally, they ended up being urbanites. And the second and third generations were urbanites. And so if they were going to move somewhere else, it was going to be to an urban center, not rurally. So these states, there's I know a lot of Italian Americans live in Boston, but they don't live out, in deep Massachusetts. I'm sure there's some, but it's not large ethnic enclaves. It's just sort of the big cities along there. And so we wanted that. We no longer need mass migration into America, into the United States. We no longer need that. I am not against all immigration. I would right now shut down zero immigration until we got most of the illegals out. And then I would open it up for normal immigration again. But temporarily, it's not that I'm anti-immigration. It's just I'm temporarily want no more immigration until we get rid of most, not 100%, but most of the illegals out. Got to get them all out. And again, or as well as the temporaries. Like I say, like if we allowed in temporary Venezuelans or somebody like that, get them out, get them gone, then we start allowing others to come in from other parts of the world as well. And not just because you're close in America. I want to have people from India and China and maybe more Taiwan, and Japan as well as Europeans, but divvied up around the world and what we sort of want in from what countries. And so I don't even want Scottish or Irish or English people coming right now. This is just nobody new right now. I know who is my audience right now, and it's nothing personal. It's just, and I would maybe very much want you here in America, but it's just right now is too many of the foreigners. I want them gone until we get rid of all of the, the illegals gone. Then I will open up. So that's doing okay. And what the migration with no assimilation and zero nationalism has been a disaster recipe. Absolutely, Elizabeth. And I do know that you're here, or at least we're here when you said that. So, and it's not personal on any of the basis. And like I say, many of them I may want here, but it's just temporarily no. That doesn't mean 2 years, 3 years, whatever. I would say yes. But right now I say no. Now, obviously, it's not up to me. And I've left the big cities and headed to the mountains. And that's where I am. Because I think the chaos is only just starting, people. So my throat's getting sore. I need to take a break. Wow, it's already 3:00 here. Okay, been 3 hours longer than I planned. I've got a lot of stuff off my chest. I wanted to talk about some of these things. I'm sure I'll talk about them more, but if the world calms down, we will definitely getting back to more playing. I definitely want to, if you guys are around, thanks, ZZ. Do want to have your questions and comments under normal things, but I'll keep it short while actively trying to play this. Obviously, I started out playing. We made it to April, actively playing, and then I stopped. No doubt. And we'll get back to playing again if you want to see what I think of Hearts of Iron and all that stuff. So, yes. Thank you, Repeat. Thank you, Beam Slam. See ya. I count you, even if you guys disagree with me on either a lot of issues or a few issues, so long as you're not, and I know Beam said, he's not a commie, as long as you're not a commie or whatever, I want to count you as friends, even though we disagree on this, that, or the other thing. And that's fine, and I appreciate that and want you guys here. So be back tomorrow. War Thunder. Yes, we may talk about things while playing War Thunder, but we will be playing War Thunder and talking about things. So if you want to bring something up tomorrow, a bit, and I'll address them while we're playing War Thunder happily. So if you want to just show up for that, that'd be good too. And Elizabeth said, it's not an offensive opinion not to want immigrants. I respect the system and want America to do well. I know you do, Elizabeth, and I didn't want to make you seem, if you think I was being hostile to something. And I know I don't want to, if you will, dox too many people too often here. Oh, and also, guys, hey, like I say, remember to like the videos, remember to subscribe or follow, and if you haven't already, I know there's links around. Check out the Discord server. Sometimes we have talking sessions, just back and forth with people on the Discord channel about world topics or just about their lives, and a lot of people are posting and talking about stuff. So yeah, it's and there we share more personal information back and forth around. So good to have you there. So just long